அனைவருக்கும் மாலை வணக்கம், காலை வணக்கம்.
தெக்கணமும் மதில் சிறந்த திராவிடனல் திருநாடும் தக்க சிறு பிறை நுதலும் தரித்தனரும் திலகமுமே அத்திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் மணக்க இருந்த பெருந்தமிழனங்கே தமிழனங்கே உன் சீரிழமை திரும்பியந்த செயல் மறந்து வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே.
வணக்கம் அனைவருக்கும் என்னுடைய அன்பு கலந்த வணக்கம். இணையவழி உலக பொருளாதார உச்சி மாநாடு 7வது உலக தமிழர் பொருளாதார மாநாட்டினுடைய கடைசி நிகழ்வு, அதாவது 28ஆம் தேதி மாலை தொடக்க விழாவும் அதை தொடர்ந்து பேச்சாளர்களுடைய பேச்சும் நாம் கேட்டோம். 15 பேச்சாளர்கள் தங்களுடைய சொற்பொழிவுகளை நிகழ்த்தினார்கள். அதே போல 29ஆம் தேதி காலையில் 15 பிரமுகர்கள், வல்லுநர்கள் தங்களுடைய கருத்துக்களை எல்லாம் எடுத்து கூறினார்கள். மாலை அதே போல 15 பேச்சாளர்கள் தங்களுடைய கருத்துக்களையும் ஆலோசனைகளையும் நமக்கு வழங்கினார்கள். இன்று காலையும் அதே போல 15 பேச்சாளர்கள் உரை நிகழ்த்தினார்கள். இந்த 3 நாள் நிகழ்விலும் 75 பேச்சாளர்கள் கலந்து கொண்டு உரையாற்றி கொண்டிருக்கிறார்கள் என்கிற ஒரு மகிழ்ச்சியான செய்தியினை உங்களுக்கு தெரிவிக்கின்றேன். இந்த மாநாடு முக்கியமாக, அதாவது ஒருவரை ஒருவர் சந்திப்பதற்காகவும் கருத்துக்களை பரிமாறிக்கொள்வதற்காகவும் தங்களுடைய அறிவு, திறமை, செல்வங்களை ஒருவருக்கொருவர் பரிமாறி பொருளாதாரத்துறையில் முன்னேறுவதற்காகவும் வாய்ப்புகளை ஏற்படுத்துவதற்கான ஒரு தளமாகத்தான் இந்த மாநாடு கடந்த 20 ஆண்டுகளுக்கு மேலாக நடந்து வருகிறது. இந்த மாநாடு பல்வேறு நகரங்களில் நடைபெற்றிருக்கிறது. சென்னையில், கோலாலம்பூரில், சிட்னியில், துபாயில், டர்பனில், பாண்டிச்சேரியில் என்று பல நகரங்களில் நடைபெற்றிருக்கிறது. Because of Corona, we are unable to meet each other in person. Physically, we are unable to see each other. The entire world is living like that. For the past 10 months, we are living like that. We are facing unlimited problems. We are every day, every minute, everyone is safeguarding their life. Going out, meeting the people, or wearing the mask, or to distance maintenance. All we need for every minute to safeguard our life. In this situation also, we want to develop ourselves, exchange our knowledge, exchange our ideas, and go further in many fields. That is the reason we chosen this year to organize this 7th World Tamils Economic Conference through Zoom, because of at least we can see our face each other through this virtual conference. You know very well, many speakers presented a wonderful paper, a lot of suggestions, new ideas, projects, many people suggested. This is all useful. We put it in the Facebook also, and also we will play in our World Tamil Economic Conference YouTube also. In future also you can take and see the every person's speech, and also to take any notes to use in your projects. Today evening, we invited many VIPs to present a paper and a special lecture and speeches in the evening session and concluding session. Today's special guest, Honorable Mr. V.P. Sivakolundu, Speaker, Puducherry State Assembly, Honorable Mr. Dureimurugan, former minister, Honorable Mr. Kalanidhi Veerasamy, Member of Parliament, Mr. K. Karigal Ulavan, IAS Special Chief Secretary, Government of Andhra Pradesh, His Excellency B.S. Mubarak, Ambassador of India to Guatemala, Mr. S. Govindan, IFS Deputy Ambassador of India to Brazil, Honorable Justice Durai Karunakaran, former Chief Justice, Supreme Court, Seychelles, Mr. Logi Naidu, former Deputy Mayor, Durban City, South Africa, Mr. Dr. A. Thiagarajan, Senior Advocate, Madras High Court, Mr. Ahmed A. Bugari, founder, Coal and Oil Group, and also the popular industrial and business established group in southern Tamil Nadu, and Dubai and Singapore and Kuala Lumpur. It's a big concern. Mr. Dr. Kalai Chelvam from Atlanta, USA, medical doctor. Ms. Prem Rajakumari, advocate from Chennai High Court, Madras High Court. Prabhakaran Murugaya from Chicago, USA. All will give an excellent speech for us to know many things. This is a Zoom conference. Everyone, please switch off the mic. Don't open your mic unless we called it. And also to pay speakers to maintain their time limit, to give a time to others also to give a speech. I am first time inviting Honorable Justice Durai Karunakaran, former Chief Justice, Supreme Court of Seychelles, to present his speech on poverty alleviation through corporate social responsibility, global touch. Mr. Justice Durai Karunakaran studied his law in Madras Law College along with me. Both are classmates, but I am sitting in Chennai conducting a conference, but he is sitting as a Chief Justice in Seychelles and enjoying his pride and a lifestyle. I am expecting he will be soon for Law Minister of Seychelles. He is a very good speaker, and also he's traveled all over the world to present his speeches in different forums. He's a highly knowledgeable person. He may be a law minister, or he may be a judge of the International Court of Justice in Hague. We are expecting that 2021 is a good news will come soon. He's a Tamilian from Mayiladuthurai. Because of Justice Durai Karunakaran, the Tamil Nadu government announced Mayiladuthurai is a separate district. It is another pride for him. So I'm very happy to welcome my good friend, Honorable Justice Durai Karunakaran, present his speech in this August forum. Sir, welcome, sir. You can present your speech.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sambath. தமிழுக்கும் அமுதென்று பேர், அந்த தமிழ் இன்பத் தமிழ் எங்கள் உயிருக்கு நேர். எனது இனிய மாலை வணக்கம் அனைவருக்கும். Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. All protocols observed. Greetings from the Republic of Seychelles. I will begin by saying this Global Economic Summit provides us an opportunity to learn and share our views, ideas, and experiences on the economic of human life as we are still struggling to cope with this era of viral invasion. I am not an economist to burden you with heavy thoughts on world economy within the given time limit. On a lighter note, however, I recall, which I read somewhere, once a famous economist gave a long speech on world economy. He explained many economic principles to the audience. In spite of his best efforts to explain, the faces in the audience appeared to be more confused, reflecting more questions, outflow of questions in their mind than the inflow of answers from the speaker. At the closing of the session, the chairperson, like our Dr. Sampath, thanked the speaker and summed up the entire speech of the economist just in 2 lines. He said, which I quote, "I guess the distinguished economist meant if your outflow is greater than your inflow, well, you have a problem." I believe this is the first principle of economics. In layman's term, it simply means that your expenses should never exceed your income. Having said that, I would like to share some of my thoughts on the poverty alleviation through corporate social responsibility, hoping your inflow would be greater than your outflow, and that would be economical for you and me. Corporates' growth is rule domination and the resultant impact on the world economy and eventually on our survival as human race on this unique planet. All these factors speak for themselves of the necessity in that it must be the fundamental responsibility of the modern corporate giants to self-regulate their business models so as to make them socially accountable to itself, its stakeholders, and beneficial to the majority of the citizens of the world. They ought to be conscious of the kind of impact they are having on all aspects of human life, including economic, social, health, educational, and environmental aspect of life. Indeed, it is the need of the hour to sharpen our vision, format our tools, and synergize the strength of the corporate world to find effective solutions to a number of global issues, including poverty, hunger, and catastrophic viral invasions, which human race is now facing today. Thanks to the World Tamil Economic Foundation and Madras Development Society and the adorable souls behind these great institutions. A special thanks to Dr. V.R.S. Sampath and his team for the remarkable initiative. Though this conference, we are indeed empowering ourselves not only with knowledge and experience on economic front, but also with the ability to light other candles everywhere. As leaders, we can impact and impart what we have gained here to corporate citizens of the world and others in our communities. Human imagination, confined as it is by experience and biology, can grasp only small fractions of the space in the infinite universe and the cosmic period we pass through on this global village. Our tendency, therefore, is to focus on the here and the now. Here is being whichever part of the earth we happen to inhabit, whether America, Africa, or Asia, or Australia, and now is being a reckoning of the biological period we happen to live in, whether Stone Age or digital age or manufactured, marketed by global software and hardware corporate giants. Hello, I believe there is some technical problem. Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, because your internet is a little weak,
Yeah.
but even though we are listening. Yes, you can
Yes.
talk. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the interruption. Sadly, the history of our time is now recorded only in electronic binaries, as I told you earlier. These corporates have become omnipotent, dominate, rule, and control world business, trade, powers of geopolitical and economy, and eventually have now taken over almost all aspects of human life from womb to tomb through chip-based digital technology and science. However, there is no guarantee for future readability of these chips not to protect human race on this planet beyond possible extinction. Vaccinating for human genetic modifications, mRNA, against viral spread is not a guarantee against unpredictable emergence of terminal viruses in the future. As technologies of corporate change, we may find our history frozen in forgotten formats. The entire era of human history, ideas, and civilization will be lost without trace, posing problem even to alien archaeologists if they happen to explore our planet. Hunger, poverty, terrorism, environmental degradation, nuclear, chemical, technological, viral warfare created by geopolitical, economic supremacy, and corporate greed eventually determine the fate of the world economy. Where does this whole situation leading us to? Is it going to wipe out the entire human race and civilization from the face of the earth? However, with a bit of a stretch, we can widen our field of vision to encompass the whole of our planet and the ages it has passed through. We are familiar with the life forms that lived in Jurassic period, and most of us could spot the T-Rex in a crowd of dinosaurs. We understand how continents were formed, how COVID virus and its strain reacts to vaccines inside the test tube and human bodies. We discover the mechanics behind building pyramids. We can recognize the skylines of New York and Paris, locate Wall Street or Connaught Place on a map, name most of the oceans and continents, recall great wars, and zoom the Great Wall of China on a Google map, and recount advances in civilization, pharmaceutics, science, and technology. Where our vision fails, however, is when we look ahead, our future economy and existence of future generations. Even the greatest minds our species have managed to produce fall short when looking into the future. Leonardo da Vinci drew flying machines, but radio did not occur to him. Einstein understood the relativity of mass and energy. He could equate E equal to mc square, but had he been with us now, he would most probably be astonished by our information superhighway, internet, and emails. 100 years ago, those who tried to look a century ahead thought we would all be in flying cars and vacationing on the moon. But few, if any, would have predicted the density of our satellite orbits, cell phone spectrums, and networks, ozone depletion, and self-destructive end of humanity. Some do try to forecast the impact of the time on the Earth's tomorrows, but too often these predictions are influenced by their narrow socio-political and economic paradigms and hidden agendas of greedy corporate giants and power-hungry nations to assume economic supremacy. At times, national policies of some countries are being formulated on global issues such as environmental pollution, climate change, nuclear non-proliferation, international terrorism, globalization of democracy, liberalization of world economy, eradication of poverty, vaccines against the viral threats, all with vested interest. Their interest is driven by geopolitical and self-centered considerations, forgetting the innocent, voiceless, defenseless, and powerless majority of the population of the world who are still socially, educationally, technologically, and above all, economically less fortunate, living in the remote corners of the developing and underdeveloped countries. Our present mindset assumes that advancement in science and technology has made chores easier or burdens lighter, and extrapolates into brighter future, bringing us maximum comforts, happiness, and luxuries, and making countries economically stronger. Consumerism has confiscated humanism and compassion. Rarely, if ever, do the corporate giants, the inventors of labor-saving devices, technologists, industrialists, manufacturers, and owners of intellectual properties see pollution, waste, degradation of forests, loss of habitat, depletion of ozone layers, global warming, and increase in disease, famine, flood, and widespread poverty around the globe as offshoots of their wonderful new products. Is it not the greed of these corporate giants the root cause of poverty and all related social ills? Is it not the existing world economic order that has caused accumulation of huge wealth in the hands of limited corporate giants? Is it not then their social responsibility to save the poor and the downtrodden from the adverse consequences of their doings and bring social justice to humanity? Our inability to imagine the world much beyond our time on it clearly illustrates the need right now to create a new civilization, a new world order, forging the corporate giants of the world to unite, rethink, cooperate, coordinate, and effectively enforce their social responsibilities that are vital for the very survival of humanity, our continuity on this planet, and safeguard the rights of our children, of posterity, wealth, welfare, economy, and social justice. Could there be a greater gift to our future generations than transforming the corporate social responsibility into an enforceable legal obligation by enacting and enforcing national and international laws and protocols effectively to protect our societies against poverty, famine, and all forms of economic exploitations? I leave this question for you to reflect upon how to sharpen the tools and develop an international mechanism to achieve this end. Economics is not simply about creation and accumulation of wealth, but just and fair distribution of wealth to serve humanity, to alleviate poverty worldwide, and establish dharma, the righteousness and social justice for all and for the generations to come. I thank Dr. V.R. Sampath for having given me this opportunity, and also I thank you very much for your kind indulgence. May God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Justice Karnagaran. The corporate social responsibility is a very, very important subject on this occasion. The big companies, corporate companies should play a very major role on helping hand for the poor, downtrodden people to come up in the life. Many NGOs waiting for their support to serve in the society. Because of not only in India, all over the world, corporate companies should give their dividend from their profit to serve to the poor people. Then only the poverty alleviation will go away. That is the reason your speech is very, very important. That is why we called as a very important subject, the Honorable Justice giving that speech means that is the importance more. Thank you, sir. You have a wonderful speech presented for us. Next, I am requesting Ms. R. Prem Rajakumari, young advocate, to present her paper on BRICS countries and economic development. Rajakumari is a young advocate practicing in Madras High Court. She studied a Bachelor of Law in the School of Excellence in Chennai, then Master's degree in Jindal Law School at New Delhi. She served in a different capacity in Delhi, the different Government of India agencies, Ministry of Commerce and other forum, and for to conduct a seminar, workshops and other thing. And she served in a different project also. Now she settled at Chennai. She helped for a lot for our conference. I'm inviting Prem Rajakumari, present her paper on BRICS countries and economic development. Very important subject. Yes, you can present your speech. Unmute your mic. Okay.
Thank you for the warm introduction, Dr. V.R.S. Safir. In fact, I have worked as a consultant to the Center for International Trade and Economic Laws, which is a research center in the Jindal Global Law School, wherein we monitor the trade policies of different economies, including the BRIC countries, as well as United States of America, European Union, and Japan. So my paper today is on BRICS and economic development with special emphasis on Tamil participation. I would like to make a presentation. Hope my slides are visible. Global economy is changing with the introduction of BRICS coalition, and it is likely that there will be significant changes in the coming years given the current world economy scenario. The large developing economies are now growing at great speed, and if they keep on doing so over the next decades, they might have great influence on the world economy. As history has cited, countries start to grow at a slower rate when they become more developed. Emerging markets are developing countries with a fast-growing economy, which is to a big extent due to economic liberalization. The countries leading to this growth are the BRICS, which stands for Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. Since its inception in 2009, it has worked as catalyst to shift pivot of global economic power from developed economies to the developing world. BRICS, the five of the most important rising economic powers in the early 21st century, have emerged individually as second-tier regional powers and collectively as a joint presence in world politics too. The 5 countries of BRICS together constitute 40% of world population, about 1/5 of the world's GDP. It is also expected that by 2041, the GDP of BRIC countries might exceed the GDP of G6 countries, that is G7 countries without Canada. The G7 is a group of 7 greatest developed countries who came together after the international monetary crisis in 1973. They meet in an informal way and discuss economic and political matters. The group consists of the US, the UK, Germany, France, Japan, Italy, and Canada. Times are changing, and fast-growing countries of the third world are entering as the emerging markets in the economy today. The BRICS are representatives of these countries having things in common which makes them stand out. Together, they're able to provide raw materials and energy for the rest of the world, as well as being a great place for companies to manufacture their goods and outsource services such as IT. With China and India's prevailing in manufacturing and service, while Brazil and Russia having more than enough of materials such as ore, iron, and agricultural products, as well as oil and gas. The financial crisis in 2008 did not affect the BRICS very much. Their economic growth did slow down, but because of good foreign exchange reserves and high domestic demand, they were able to survive the crisis and keep on growing. Russia was an exception of this and faced a significant economic contraction in 2009, which was more in semblance to the downfall in developed countries than with the BRICS. Since the BRICS are becoming a greater force in the world economy, they can involve important chance for international companies to invest in, start up a company or a joint venture. The latest World Bank annual ratings put China in 3rd place out of 190 countries in relation to how easy it is to do business in country, with 1st place being the easiest. China is ranked significantly higher than the other BRIC countries, where Russia is at number 28, India at number 63, South Africa at number 84, and Brazil at number 124. Successful foreign companies have shown that in order to do well in the business environment in China and India, it is essential to emphasize in the long run and to know the market well before entering it, as well as focus on local products and logistics. Both countries are growing fast and have great opportunities and potentials. They are, for example, taking over the market of high skill and value-added goods from the US. Another example is the success of exporting companies in the BRIC countries, which involve great opportunities both for local and foreign companies as well as investors. Comparison between the 5 countries forming the BRICS show that their biggest similarities are the size of their countries, their populations, and their economies. These are the factors that triggered the focus and interest in these countries to begin with and are the reason for their growth. There are, though, as well similarities between them that are not so positive, such as the corruptive system which prevail in these countries and lack of free speech, press, and elections. The BRICS opportunities to grow and become the largest economies in 2000 is definitely a possibility, and the fact that they overcame the financial crisis also gives evidence to that. But they need to aim for less corruption and improving the economic conditions in order to reach. All the BRICS have raised the export and import levels in the last decades, both in volume terms and as a share of GDP. The BRICS have been the recipient of significant amounts of foreign direct investment in the last 20 years. It will emerge as a major bloc to shift balance of economic power from developed economies of West to emerging economies of developing nations in near future. For some time now, discussions about global political and economic change have been centered on the role played by the so-called rising powers in the world system and the BRICS countries in particular. Owing to the ineffectiveness of formal large international institutions, notably the WHO in the battle against the COVID-19 pandemic, informal international institutions and networks can play a strong role in containing the virus and cushioning its impacts on the global economy. However, in the case of BRICS, this bloc has been, in fact, weakened by the pandemic. Representing about 40% of the world population and 23% of the world GDP, these 5 powers are expected to play a certain role in dealing with COVID-19. In fact, the BRICS made some remarkable joint efforts to counter the pandemic. On 28 April 2020, the BRICS Ministers of Foreign Affairs held a video conference, after which all the BRICS countries agreed to allocate $15 billion to the New Development Bank, a multilateral development bank established by the BRICS states. In this respect, the New Development Bank could both help meet emergency expenses for the pandemic and support the subsequent economic revival. Besides, the bloc illustrated its support towards WHO's crucial role during the crisis and emphasized the necessity of enhancing the New Development Bank's emergency facility to handle the pandemic. These actions reflected the willingness of BRICS states to contribute to solving the global crisis. Another factor hindering the intra-bloc cooperation during the pandemic is China-India tensions. Following a recent border skirmish, the deadliest one in the last 45 years, China-India bilateral ties have deteriorated. The border clash has fueled anti-Chinese sentiment in India, where the government immediately took actions against China, such as banning Chinese apps like TikTok and WeChat, and joining in with joint exercises with the US naval in the Indian Ocean recently. China and India are the 2 largest economies of the bloc, so deteriorating relations between the 2 of them could significantly undermine the bloc's coherence and sway. Moreover, given that 3 other countries are also being plagued by the pandemic, it is even more difficult for the BRICS to coordinate with each other to fight against the crisis. During the 12th summit held in the backdrop of the 75th anniversary of UN and in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic, countries discussed intra-BRICS cooperation and key issues in the global context, including the reform of the multilateral system, measures to mitigate the impact of the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, cooperation in counter-terrorism, trade, health, energy, and people-to-people exchanges. Next, for BRICS countries, the economic and social impacts of COVID-19 are significant, implying that these states have to focus now on guiding their own economies out of the crisis. Indeed, the pandemic has been paralyzing the BRICS states, making them highly unlikely to be a strong and decisive bloc on the world stage. We, as major contributors to the world economy, particularly through the information technology sector in the United States, Canada, Australia, and other European countries, automobile sector in Germany and France, medical field in Britain, Netherlands, and so on, through a learned young generation. The world economy itself is moving from oil economy to industrial economy to technological economy, just as Karunakaran just said. The ratio of Tamil technocrats is increasing day by day, whereas we do not have a proper recognition in international forums, be it the UN, IMF, or the World Economic Forum. Our foreign diplomats, our Chairman Ambassador Mr. V. Mahalingam, Mr. Karthikeyan, Deputy High Commissioner of India to Australia, His Excellency Mr. P. Kumaran, High Commissioner of India to Singapore, His Excellency Mr. B.S. Mubarak, Ambassador of India to Guatemala, Mr. S. Kovendan, Deputy Ambassador of India to Brazil, have already taken the lead of representing us in these international forums. The very purpose of this conference being held, even during this pandemic time, is to mark our presence in international relations using our outstanding political diplomatic approach with other economic alliances. Thank you and wish you all a very happy New Year.
Thank you, Rajakumari. Academica, you prepared your speech. Very good. It is very useful for many people to know what is going on in BRICS country. Many people are unable to know what is the meaning for BRICS. The BRICS means Brazil, Russia, China, India, then?
And South Africa.
South Africa. This is the country formed a new alliance few years back and exchanged themselves because everybody is thinking the India joining with Russia, India joining with America, we can join separate group like that. They created another group along with Russia that is called BRICS. BRICS is playing a very major role for to develop each other the economic point of view. South Africa is African nations, America, Brazil, in Russia, China, and India, 3 countries. So that is the main reason for to ally with these countries. And also they must focus to give some support for India to permanent membership of United Nations Security Council. India and Brazil also trying, South Africa also trying. We have to wait and see how we'll go for next. Now I am requesting His Excellency Mr. B.S. Mubarak, IFS, Ambassador of India to Guatemala. I am requesting Ambassador Mahalingam will introduce properly to this forum. Sorry, you can talk, sir.
Yeah, okay. My distinguished colleague, His Excellency B.S. Mubarak, belonging to the prestigious Indian Foreign Service, is presently India's ambassador to Guatemala, El Salvador, and Honduras in Central America. Before taking over as ambassador in Guatemala, he was heading the Southern Division of the Ministry of External Affairs, New Delhi. His Excellency Mr. Mubarak had earlier served as Consul General of India in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. He was head of diplomatic mission in Palestine and also in Indian embassies such as Cairo, and Dubai in various capacities. His Excellency Mubarak hails from Tamil Nadu and holds a master degree in science from the Center of Advanced Study in Marine Biology in Tamil Nadu. Now I request His Excellency Mr. Mubarak to speak on.
Mikka Nandri sir, thank you very much for introducing me, and I would also like to thank you for giving me this opportunity. I have a presentation to make, so let me.
Yes, sir, I will share. Okay, sir, we share the screen.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think, okay.
Just give me a moment. I will. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, 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 yes.
Okay,
Yes.
great. Okay, I have. Okay, let me start. Thank you very much again for giving me this opportunity, especially Ambassador Mahalingam for approaching and giving this opportunity. It's really a pleasure and honor for me to be here in this forum and to speak about the business opportunities in Central America. This part is exactly across the globe from where we are in India. If you put a hole in Guatemala city, it will come through Bangalore. So we are in the exactly opposite directions of the globe. On Guatemala on the northern side has Mexico as its border. And in the south, if you see of Central America, the country that is attaching Panama is Colombia. So, these 8 countries, 7, 6, 7, 8 countries, which are considered to be a part of SICA, which is an alliance of Central American countries, have a population of around 60 million. So Guatemala alone has a population of 16 million, and with Honduras and El Salvador, they have a population of 32 million. So this many people from Tamil Nadu or from India consider this as a small population for doing business, which is not a very which is not a very prudent approach. There are several companies, especially from Tamil Nadu, which have done exceedingly well in this part of the world. They have used one simple formula: consider this whole block as a region, not as not as one individual country. Number one, and number two, when there is a minimum population, consider that you have to go for a market value or market share, maximize your market share. So these are the factors which has to be kept in mind, and especially people who have been successful in this region have seen this as a block, Central America as a block, and has maximized their market share. Instead of having 1% of market share in a particular sector, they have gone to 10% of the market share and had done exceedingly well. One company from Tamil Nadu, Kaplan Point, in pharmaceutical sector, sells 500 drugs in this country, and they have a very good share in pharmaceuticals in this particular country. So let me then. So to give a glimpse of what Guatemala is it's in the evenings, and to give a glimpse of what what this country is about. So Guatemala city is the capital. They have 100,000 square kilometers as their area, and Spanish is their official language. And if you see about one positive factor about this country, another thing is about the currency. The currency has been extremely stable. All three countries has been extremely stable, and they have a very good alliance with the US. And I will come to those things when I speak to what are the advantages and how they do these things. And if you will be amazed to know that Guatemala is the largest exporter of cardamom in the world, and India is the largest importer of cardamom from Guatemala. So again, this, as I said, many in India will not even know the countries in Central America. Several people may be knowing because of Panama, of the Panama Canal, but others may not know thoroughly about other countries. But see the trade with Guatemala, El Salvador, and Honduras, we have a trade of 500 million US dollars, and this is export. And if you consider the total trade, it will be 550 million. 50 million will be the import that we do, and 500 million is the export. This is much greater than, I used to be handling ASEAN countries. This is much greater than Cambodia or Laos or Brunei, some of the countries with which we have a very strong relations. So the scope is enormous. Also, these countries are primarily agro-driven companies, agro-driven economies. Also, their main sector is services sector. So the manufacturing is not very strong. So Indian manufacturing has an enormous scope to export to these countries. As of now, they import from Europe, America, and also from China. And also, the 4 of the 8 Central American countries do not have bilateral relations with China. So whatever Chinese imports that are coming through various means, because they don't have a diplomatic relations. People can't go to China easily. They can't get visas. When you say that they don't have diplomatic relations, it's not easy to move around these two countries. If you see the main exports from India, I'm talking about Guatemala, but it also applies to other countries, which I will come shortly. Automobiles, which again Tamil Nadu and Chennai and Tamil companies are very good at. Auto spare parts, because it comes through automobiles. So if you see, leave the Guatemala city, if you go to any village or town here, Bajaj and TVS auto rickshaws are the main the mode of transport for public. Number 2, the Bajaj two-wheelers, TVS two-wheelers, Hero two-wheelers, these are doing exceedingly good, and so are their generic spare parts and other industries. And Mahindra has started doing very well. Just a few months back, European Union donated 100 Mahindra pickups to the agriculture ministry here, just because of the quality and the affordable price which combined together. And again, coming to pharmaceuticals, all these countries mostly import pharmaceuticals, and India is already doing an exceedingly very good job in pharma exports. But we are mostly in the generic segment. We can elevate ourselves and go into branded segment and also into biologicals, which has amazing potential in the region. Already Biocon is doing 2 biologicals in this country, but still the scope is enormous. Then coming to the third is textiles. Indian yarn and cotton are very powerful. $50 million worth of cotton and yarn is imported to this country, again because these countries have an agreement with the US. These cotton are transformed into textiles, and these are exported to US. And textiles itself, like Raymond has a very good market share here, and also like Reliance, Aditya Birla, they also have a very good market share when it comes to textiles. And engineering goods, these countries are their primary exports are agricultural products. Sugar export is a very important export, and every machinery related to sugar is important. It has great potential for exports from India. One sugar industry uses around 120 types of pumps. Then they use boilers, turbines. Many of these companies import these things from India, and the potential is enormous. Again, all kinds of engineering goods, be it pumps, or any kind of engineering goods, has enormous potential in this region. In this lockdown period alone, we have done 10 buyers to buyers and buyers to sellers meeting here, very successful with FICCI, with Trade Promotion Council of India, and all the other trade bodies we have done. And this is the economy ministry. So recently we had sent him to India for a textile expo. He went as the head of the delegation. He was delighted to see the developments in India. So the political environment is also very conducive for. So he came back and he inaugurated our show called Namaste India, where 6,000 people participated and 32 Indian companies participated, including Dabur, Enfield, TVS, Mahindra. There were all the Indian companies here participated. So the scope for Guatemala is enormous. This is the largest Central American country with 16 million population, and also they are it's a very strong country politically and economically. Next, I will just skim through El Salvador and Honduras also. El Salvador is a much smaller country with around 6 million population, and with Spanish as the official language. And again, we have 82 million trade with them, and basically pharmaceuticals, automobiles, fabrics, organic chemicals, plastics, and related items. But again, here this is a small country, but it can be a great hub for springboard for Indian companies. Be it textiles or pharmaceuticals or even IT, which I will come at a later stage. And my third country which I look after is Honduras. And again, Honduras is a bigger country, around 10 million population, and same size as Guatemala, and official language is Spanish. And again, if you see, we did a EEPC event there, buyers sellers meeting recently, and there were 22 Indian companies, of which 6 companies were from Tamil Nadu. Again, I'm very in power production, in solar energy, in various sectors. They were there from Tamil Nadu. This was recently held in Honduras. So we have a very strong cultural connect with these countries. All the countries, they love India. In spite of being so far, and many of them who have not visited these countries, they really love, India, be it Indian dance, Indian movies, yoga, Ayurveda. There is a lot of cultural connect, which forms the basis of economic connect. Once you have a very good cultural connect, there is trust among people. Economy becomes easier. Economic connections become easier. This was a dance show, Odissi dance show we did this February, just before COVID. And this was Sitar and Santur show we did last year. So this were like the hall had a capacity of 2,000, and we had around 3,000 people, applying for these tickets, and the hall was completely full. And Indian cinema again has a great scope for here, be it Tamil cinema. I am trying to, apart from Bollywood, I am trying to promote regional movies also, because the culture is very similar. Family values are very similar. So, but again, you will have to make it in Spanish, dub it in Spanish or with Spanish subtitles, so that the acceptance is there. But we have done 3 movie festivals here with the help of Ministry of External Affairs. The scope is enormous, and the acceptancy for Indian movies is enormous. So let me quickly give the challenges also. I'm talking about all good things. Let me give the challenges also. Number one, distance is a challenge now, because we see we are here at morning 6:30, and you are there at 7 o'clock, and it's almost a 12-hour difference. So most of the productive hour chunk, there is no overlap. So the distance is a challenge, and travel is a challenge to these regions. But again, the positive aspect is also that they are very close to the US, and it has a similar time zone with the US. And Mexico is a country with which we do $10 billion of bilateral trade. It is one of the major trading partners of India. This country is a ditto of Mexico. The region is a ditto of Mexico. There are so many similarities. So I always tell our trading partners and business companies in India, if you can succeed in Mexico, you can succeed in Central America. It's a replication. You have to just follow the same rules. We did 2 events. We just dragged delegations that came to Mexico, made them come here, one on textiles and one on ceramic tiles. Both were a great success. We told them exactly this: if you can come and succeed in Mexico, you can succeed here in this place. Another is language. These people are simply soaked in Spanish. So either we will have to, now technology is a great enabler, but we just can't expect them to reply in English or to speak in English. So you have to adapt to Spanish, and you have a lot of tools. And third is we are a bit risk averse. We should, we always ask for, while you see Taiwanese companies or Korean companies taking a lot of risks by sending goods and, waiting for terms or giving some time, some kind of concessions. I have seen that the Indian companies are a bit risk averse. If we can take a bit more risk, it will be of more use. Again, coming to the opportunities, as I said, textiles is a great opportunity. Already Raymond is here and other companies are here, but you have a lot of opportunities for textiles. The other thing is food processing. This country has enormous scope in agriculture, and you can have your investments in food processing, because from here to US, it's very easy. Exports are very easy. They already have a lot of trade agreements, and they promote exports from or imports from Central America, because they want people here to be employed. They don't want any migration from this region to US. So, but food processing is a great industry for Indians to come and invest here. It can even be in spices. They grow all kinds of spices here, from black pepper to chili, but they don't know the blends because they don't use it. But if we use the right spices and other things, then it can be a great enabler. We had a buyer sellers meeting a month back. One company buys 600 tons of cardamom from this country. So there is a lot of scope for all these kinds of food processing or exchange in
Yes, you are. Karan, can you
yeah
unmute?
yeah
Yes, yes.
yeah yeah okay. So then agrochemicals again is a great opportunities, because you have a lot of agriculture in this country: coffee, sugar, cardamom, then cocoa, spices and all. Agrochemicals is a great opportunity here. As I said, pharmaceuticals, not only in generic but also in branded and biologicals, it's a great opportunity. Engineering products of any kind is a great opportunity. Automobiles and auto spare parts are great opportunity. Sugar industry, as I said, is like a very strong. 11 sugar mills, huge sugar mills are here, and any accessories, turbines, and boilers, they are a great opportunity. And again, this country produces palm oil, and you can import palm oil from this country, and this country buys basmati rice through Canada. So basmati rice, non-basmati rice segment, again there is a great opportunity. And again, tea is, we are trying to promote the tea through various tea festivals here, and tea people love here. Starbucks and barista, they sell Indian chai here, but we don't have Indian companies selling Indian chai or selling Indian tea here. And again, investments, I had not mentioned this before. This country already, you have 24/7 Genpact, HCL recently opened its outsourcing center here. This has a very similar time zone with the US, and a lot of outsourcing investments in IT is a great opportunity here, because they have, the college educated people can speak English. It can be a hub. If you can't have your office in US because of visa restrictions and other things, you can have it here in Guatemala or in Central American countries and serve your customers in US and Canada. So many companies are doing it. HCL is a recent example. They opened their office just this year, March. So again, as I said, culture is again a great enabler here. Yoga, films are all like they really love to be love to watch Indian movies, love Indian culture, Ayurveda, all, Indian culture really attracts them. So this is a short presentation. It's an eye opener on what Central America is. So we have to explore unexplored areas. That is how, be it Cholas or our South Indian kingdoms, they always did this. You explore unexplored areas so that you can maximize your profit. If you are already going to Europe or America, it's you are going to get stuck in competition. But these are places where you have real opportunities. I thank you all again, and I once again thank Ambassador Mahalingam for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much. Namaste, Jai Hind, Vanakkam.
Yes. Thank you, His Excellency Ambassador Mubarak. You presented a very interesting and also informative and useful talk, because many people are unable to know what's going on in Central America. Even though one of my friend, Mr. P.C. Parthiban, long time back, started a company in 1990 in Chennai, Caplin Point. We also helped them to set up the company in the beginning. And also it's a promotion of the company. Also, I helped a lot for different way. And his son went there and also established a company there and married a Guatemala girl. And now is one grandson of V.C. Parthiban is a India Guatemala boy. Yes, now they settled in Miami. He's doing wonderfully because not only there and also they are doing in South Africa also. This is one important story for us for already in Guatemala. Another ELSADA ambassador of India, ambassador to India came to our conference in 2018 at Pondicherry. He gave a wonderful speech and he invited us also to participate in this conference. I am very happy, sir. A lot of collaborations is possible. Our participants will take a lot of notes on your speech and useful to do some business. Only thing you rightly told about the language issue. Yes, always there. The young India, although below 35 years age group is more than 70% of the Indian population. So the Indian population should learn Spanish, German, French, Arabic, Chinese like that to go further for the business, employment opportunities and professional work. Then only to touch this field. This is all wonderful country. I am very happy for sir even came and presented a paper for us. Thank you. And also my sincere thanks to our ambassador Mogalingam to recommended your name for our committee to put as one of the VIP speaker. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Vanakkam.
Next, I am requesting Dr. A. Tyagarajan. Is a PhD holder in law and also is a senior advocate in Madras High Court. He is a very prominent lawyer of Chennai. He is representing many companies and other thing. I am requesting Dr. A. Tyagarajan to present a paper on the Yes, sir.
Good evening to everyone. Dr. V.R. Sambat, in spite of COVID-19, he is continuing his conferences very sincerely, effectively, continuously. You must congratulate Mr. Sambat for conducting such seminars relating to the economic development of the country, a business opportunity to the business community living in the world. So the topic which he has given me is relating to the non-resident Indian and connected laws. So this topic is most important for those who are all working in foreign countries, transferring the money, getting salaries, how to be assessed, all most important and useful one to all the persons. To understand the subject, we have to first understand who is a citizen. What is meant by domicile? Who is a resident? And who is a non-resident? These are all four important factors must be known to the person before going into the payment or receipt or transferring the amount through Reserve Bank of India or filing returns under the Income Tax Act, all purposes. The term citizen will be always by birth and after our India became independent. The Constitution contemplates who are all citizens, how many types of citizens, and how can you become a citizen. So what is the use of getting citizenship? What is the difference between citizenship and domicile? Citizens will have a relation with the country and the power, allegiance with the government, and has a protection from the government. Therefore, everyone wanted to become a citizen. Unless you are a citizen, you will not have all civil rights and you will not have a protection. So as far as domicile is concerned, domicile is your intention to stay in a particular country indefinitely. But one day you will go back or shift your domicile. So that is the difference between citizen and domicile. The term resident is referring to the place of residence on the particular point of time, a particular point of period. So the term resident will, in a country where you have a citizen, will be a non-resident. Resident and non-residents are all used for the purpose of taxation. Their income tax act or customs, whatever it may be. The benefits given under the customs when you are staying in another country for more than 6 months, you will get some kind of benefit. So the residents and non-residents are only meant for taxation purposes. For that, respective law gives the duration of stay in the particular country as a resident. So Article 5 of the Indian Constitution recognizes the citizens by way of birth from 1956 to 1973. And was having a domicile in the territory of India at the time of the commencement of the Constitution. And either of whose parents was born in the country, in the territory of India, or ordinarily a person must have resided or resident in the territory of India for not less than 5 years immediately preceding the commencement of the Constitution. So Article 5 contemplates a person must have a domicile in the territory of India at the time of the commencement of the Constitution. By birth, he will be a citizen, or either of his parents or his grandparents must have born in India, a citizen of India, or at least 5 years more, he must have resided in the country at the time of the commencement of the Constitution. This is a constitutional citizenship. So when the country was divided, people migrated from Pakistan to India and from India to Pakistan. How their citizenship was recognized by the Constitution. Article 6 of the Constitution contemplates that whoever migrated to India from Pakistan will be entitled to become a citizen either he or his parents or any of his grandparents was born in India. As per the provisions of the Government of India Act 1935. And those who have migrated to India before 19th July 1948 and ordinarily resident in the territory of India since the date of migration, they will be considered as a citizen. And those persons migrated to India after 1907, 1948, unless they get registered in the authorities appointed by the government of India, they will not get citizenship. So once they have migrated after 1907, 1948 from Pakistan, they have to get registered with the authority who have been appointed by the Similarly, those persons migrated to India at least must have resided within 6 months, at least 6 months before application, before filing an application for citizenship. This is relating to those persons migrated from Pakistan to India after the independence. The same thing will happen. Those who have migrated to Pakistan, then come back to India again. So here, those who have migrated to Pakistan after 1/3/1947 from India, Indian territory now included in Pakistan. And who returned to India with a permit for settlement issued by the authority, they will be treated as citizens. Then rights of citizens whose parents have been working in foreign countries got their citizenship continuously, and the citizenship will be given to the children and those persons who got registered in the embassy in the respective country. So these are all constitutional guarantee given to get citizenship under the respective provisions. And those who have got another country's citizenship, the Indian citizenship will automatically be cancelled. The person voluntarily acquiring citizenship of another country, his citizenship will be cancelled. In all other aspects, those who got the citizenship will be continued. And under the Constitution, power has been given to the Parliament to legislate the right of citizenship. Based on that only, based on the power given under Article 11 of the Constitution of India, the Citizenship Act 1955 came to be passed. So now, so far we have seen the citizenship given, recognized by the Constitution. The Citizenship Act 1955 have been amended in 1985, 2004, 2005, 2015, and 2019. So now the Citizenship Act defines how citizenship are given to Indian citizens under the Constitution. Based on that, a law has been passed by the Parliament. Now, Section 3 of the Citizenship Act declares that every person born on or after 26 January 1950 to 31/6/1987 by birth, they are all citizens. Those persons born after 1/7/1987 and before the amendment of the Citizenship Act 2003 will be treated as citizens, either of whose parents is a citizen of India or on or after the commencement of the Citizenship Act, Amended Act 2003, both of his parents are citizens of India, or one of whose parents is a citizen of India and other is not an illegal migrant. So they will be given citizenship. They will be treated as citizens. So under the Citizenship Act, these are all the conditions prescribed in the Act to call or claim citizenship. And the citizenship may be by descent subsequently under Section 4. There are procedures contemplated under the Act to claim citizenship by descent and by naturalization, by registration, and getting married.
Mr. Dr. Tyagarajan,
Yes, sir.
time, can you,
Yeah.
15 minutes over.
ஒரே 3 நிமிஷத்துல முடிக்கிறேன்.
Okay.
Okay, now these are all the elementary things which one must keep in mind relating to the Citizenship Act. For those who carry on business claiming to be a non-resident or transactions, we have come across a Vodafone case. So evasion of tax is one thing, avoidance of tax is another thing. So now the Vodafone company, which has affiliated to Dutch, acquired 67% of the shares of the Hutchison SR Limited, an Indian company. So a foreign company acquired 67% of the shares of our Indian company. But not in India. That Vodafone International Holiday Holdings of Dutch enter into an agreement with Vodafone International Holdings in Cayman Island and deal with the shares with another CGP investment in Cayman Island. Cayman Island is called tax haven for the world people. So there is total exemption. So the government of India has demanded capital gain tax from the Vodafone company. The Supreme Court said it is not within the purview of our Indian laws. Therefore, our Parliament amended the act retrospectively. So then Vodafone went to arbitration. That arbitration is going on, and ultimately, Government of India has been directed to make the expenses. Then writ petitions have been filed, they are all pending. So by the time now is over,
ஆமா.
I thank Mr. Dr. Sampath for giving me this opportunity to at least place few facts. Starting point over, the rest will continue in the next session. Thank you very much, Mr. Sampath. I will also thank the audience. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Tyagarajan. You given because of the India now the going very burning subject of Citizenship Act. Everyone register as a citizenship. The NRI, who is NRI, who is local, all you explained very well. We expected more on business, but anyway, you told rightly to next meeting we'll talk about business. Now I am requesting Mr. Logi Naidu, Loganathan alias Logi Naidu, is a very popular personality in South Africa. He participated in freedom movement in South Africa. He is closely associated with Nelson Mandela when he was a young boy, and also he's holding a post as a deputy mayor, deputy speaker, many other positions in Durban, and he helped a lot for to conduct a conference, the 4th World Tamil Economic Conference in Durban 2017. I made a visit more than 10 times. Every time he came and received me at the airport and also arranged a local hospitality to arrange this conference. He only entered the conference organizing committee. He played a very major role to conduct the conference in Durban. More than 600 participants participated from all over the world. Conference was inaugurated by the King of Zulu Nation at South Africa. Indian High Commissioner, many VIPs participated. So this all credits goes to Mr. Logi Naidu. Welcome, Logi Naidu. Your presence in this conference. You always ambassador for Tamil Nadu in South Africa. We are all eagerly waiting every day. We are talking each other about what is going on in South Africa. I'm very happy about your participation. Welcome, Mr. Logi Naidu, to present your speech. Mr. Logi Naidu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dr. Sampath, my good friend, and it's always a pleasure to be on your platform. This year is the virtual 7th Global Tamil Economic Conference. And let me say, as a proud Tamilian from South Africa in the African continent, it's a singular honor and pleasure to be associated with your event every year. Thus far, I've been in Chennai, Pondicherry, Durban, all your conferences, and it's about building a strong platform for our companies, particularly companies that are based in or have their roots in the south of India, to do business with the Indian diaspora throughout the world. Now, I'm in Durban, being a 3rd generation South African, because my great grandfather left Arcot district in the 1860 onwards to come and look for a new life in South Africa, work in the sugar fields in those days of slavery. And that's why today I'm here in Durban, South Africa, from the cane fields to where we are today. Our community, the South Indian community, has made great progress every field of endeavor, be it education, the economy, in business, in academics, in academia, and every field of life in South Africa, we have distinguished ourselves. So we're very proud people of South Indian roots. Up to this day, 4 generations later, we nurture our religion, our culture, and our heritage. Today, we're very proud of the path that our forefathers cut for us by giving us education through hard work and dedication, and through building of religious institutions like our temples and churches. We have built up a strong community despite being in the African continent. The subject today is about building economic links, about the linkages between Durban, South Africa, Chennai, Tamil Nadu, and the rest of the world. How Global Economic Conference platform can become a forum for us to become a powerful business lobby group, helping our businesses, helping our people, helping to build the economies of our respective countries. Now, you've already heard that South Africa is part of the BRICS nation. Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa is a very powerful lobby group. It's the emerging economies of the world. At some point, these countries will control more than 1/5 of the global economy. Very soon, India and China will take their rightful place in the world economy as number 1 and number 2, overtaking the US and other Western powers. So it provides us with a great opportunity. We're laying the groundwork to build links between our companies. Now, Durban is a port city on the east coast of Africa. It is the largest port in Africa with the highest amount of traffic of goods coming in and out. So it provides you with a great opportunity as an entry point into the African continent. Southern Africa, which is made up of South Africa, Namibia, Botswana, Lesotho, Zambia, Angola, Mozambique, are countries that are very rich in mineral wealth. These are untapped economies with a very young population, and it provides a great opportunity via South Africa to go into these neighboring countries, into Southern Africa, into Central Africa. Africa is emerging as the new continent of the future. Its young population and being rich in natural resources, gold, diamonds, coal, uranium, titanium, oil in North Africa, and many other precious metals, which is available in the continent. But of course, the Western world attempted to monopolize and control these natural resources. Therefore, the BRICS nation provides a good opportunity and an alternative to us being controlled by the Western powers. For the mutual benefit of all our countries, for the benefit of developing Africa and developing our own continent. Now, the economy of Durban, KwaZulu-Natal. Durban is very much similar to Chennai in Tamil Nadu. Port cities, rich cultural centers, but you have a very strong motor assembly or motor sector in Chennai. You have a very big Ford plant in Chennai in Tamil Nadu. In Durban, we have the largest Toyota plant in the Southern Hemisphere, where Toyota is assembled and exported to the rest of the world from the port of Durban. Now, besides that, the agricultural sector is an important one. The reason the Indian community, which is 1.5 million strong in South Africa, and at one stage was the largest concentration of Indian community in one city, there were 1.2 million people of Indian origin in Durban alone. It was the largest concentration of people of Indian origin in any one city in the world. So that's changed a bit now with the migration of people. And so besides the agriculture sector and sugar being the dominant, we need to understand that sugar is now being re-engineered, where ethanol is now being produced and other byproducts like starches. As the sugar industry is on the decline, and with the sugar glut in sugar production in the world, the downscaling of prices or sugar prices, we're looking at other alternatives. In addition to the agriculture and the motor sector, there are South Indian companies that have made a mark in Durban in South Africa. Murugappa Group have a major stake in Fosco, phosphate mining company in South Africa. They control now the major shares in that company and have turned that company around and made it a huge success. Secondly, we've had Ramco, who came in with their IT, and they have now established themselves firmly in South Africa, providing world-class IT services to government and non-governmental sectors. In the pharmaceutical sector, Sun Pharmacies, Reddy's Labs, Cipla, all have a very strong presence. And with the changing environment in the world today, with COVID-19 and the new normal that we have to live with, the pharmaceutical sector is going to play a very important role in manufacturing of medication and the production of vaccines, which is going to be critical to the world going forward. I know there's going to be a big scramble for vaccines. The Western world, with all their mighty power and the wealth that they have at their resources, that they're going to try and monopolize control of vaccines. But the BRIC nations have a role to play. Through the BRICS Development Bank, we must ensure that even the developing nations like China and India and South Africa and Central Africa and many of these developing nations must have equal and fair, equitable access to vaccines in this time of this global pandemic. It's going to become a big terrain of work that we have to do to make sure that our nations also have access to medication, access to the vaccine that the world is talking about at the moment. So health sector is an important part, and I think Chennai has become now the center of health, of world-class health services. People are looking at health tourism in a big way, and Chennai is leading the world in terms of many advances in medical science. And we think that the Chennai companies have done wonderfully well. Now, we spoke about tourism earlier, and I think COVID-19 almost decimated the tourism industry. And I think we have a responsibility and a role to start to rebuild tourism in all our respective countries. We have to start building the hospitality industry, the hotels, the restaurants, our food industries, the travel industry, and all the related sectors have to be boosted so that we recover, so that world tourism again flourishes, so that we get people moving safely and in a health secure way through different parts of the world. India was a favorite destination for many South Africans because of culture, because of our roots and our links. In recent times, we could not travel, and I know many people that I speak to pray for the day when we have the normality in society, that they can travel, visit places of interest, religious, cultural places that we so linked to, despite the fact that we are 160 years in South Africa. And this year, 2020, was the 160th anniversary of the arrival of people of Indian origin from India to South Africa. We still maintain that rich cultural link, and therefore we desire to travel, to visit the motherland on a regular basis. But we spoke about the outsourcing of services, call centers and the like. And because the advantage that India, South Africa, and many of our nations have is a simple fact that English is our main language. And English is our business language. We find that many UK companies and many overseas companies are setting up call centers in South Africa. Now, I may give you an example. British Airways call center is based in South Africa. So when you call British Airways, you might think that you're phoning the UK, whereas you are actually, the call is being taken in South Africa. So likewise, call centers can provide a wonderful opportunity to create jobs, because call centers employ people, warm bodies, and hundreds and thousands of them that can receive employment through the sector of outsourcing that takes place. Now, because of our historical links, India and South Africa, and I think many other of the nations like Guyana, like Mauritius, and wherever people went and relocated, the issue of spices, rice, Indian clothing, many other consumer goods, we find that there's always competition from other countries. We would like to give preference to do trade with India, the motherland, and build Indian companies. But of course, not being selfish in any way or not being parochial in any way, we'd like to support all companies, all developing nations, and particularly those within the BRIC formation. So I think that we need to look at, going forward, how we can improve trade links between India, South Africa, India, and the rest of the world, and how India can take its rightful place as the leading economy in the world. And I think that the great strides you have made has already created a strong foundation and a platform for you all to move forward. In Chennai, you provide granite, you have sugar mills, you have so many tourism opportunities. And I think we need to build on this and to see how we can grow our economic links. Like I said, the entry into Africa is through the port city of Durban, largest port in the continent. You can move your goods into this growing economy. Do not see South Africa, Botswana, and others in isolation. See it as the economy of the African continent. And you can certainly look at this new market that is emerging, the young population and a great potential for growth, that we can build the African economy at the same time building the economies of India, the motherland, and so many of our diaspora countries. I want to thank you, Dr. Sampath, for this opportunity to speak to you about economic opportunity and linkages between our countries. I will be making available a slide presentation on the Port of Durban and South Africa, which you can circulate through your video when it is ready. Mika Nandri, thank you very much for this opportunity. My best wishes to all of you distinguished panel of speakers, Dr. VRS Sampath, Madras Development Society. May the good Lord richly bless you. And we hope that 2021 will be a safe and successful year for all of us. Mika Nandri, Anakam.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Logi Naidu. You've given a very powerful speech about investment opportunities, your roots, Indian population, Tamils, and India, Tamil Nadu, India, Chennai, your visits, many other things. Told English is very important for us to link with the world, not only English, Commonwealth law, the Indian law, South African law, and English law, all same. That is another plus point also. So there is a lot of opportunity between business between India and South Africa. South Africa is a gateway to entire Africa, we know. We participated in many seminars and conferences. I'm very happy you presented a wonderful and powerful presentation to the participants. Thank you, sir. Thank you. I'm welcoming our former Prime Minister Guyana about he participated in the inaugural day, and also he is now attending our session to witness the speeches of various individuals and VIPs. Welcome, sir. Honorable Prime Minister, former Prime Minister Guyana, Mr. Dr. Moses Virasaminag. Welcome, sir. Now I am inviting His Excellency Mr. S. Kovendan IFS. Kovendan means Mannar Mannan. Mannarukkellam Mannar. So this wonderful Tamil name is a Deputy Ambassador of India to Brazil, sitting in Brasilia, and he will present his speech. Before that, I'm inviting Ambassador Mr. Mahalingam to introduce Mr. Kovendan to the audience.
Mr. Kovendan, belonging to the Indian Foreign Service, is presently our Deputy Ambassador in Brazil. Mr. Kovendan was earlier posted in Lisbon in Portugal, Bhutan, and also in Brazil. He was known for his efficient handling of high-level visits, particularly Honorable Prime Minister Modi's visit to Brazil for 2 BRICS summits and the visit of Honorable President of Brazil, Bolsonaro, to India. Mr. Kovendan speaks Portuguese language fluently. He is an engineer from Anna University, Chennai. Now I request Mr. Kovendan to speak on South America and India synergies and complementarities with focus on Brazil. I request Mr. Kovendan to speak on.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, Malai Vanakkam. Respected Ambassador V. Mahalingam, Dr. V.R. Sampath, distinguished panelists. It gives me an immense pleasure to be part of this wonderful event. At the outset, I extend my sincere thanks to Ambassador Mahalingam for having given me this opportunity to address this virtual Global Economic Summit 2020 and also this 9th World Tamil Economic Conference. But the topic which is given to me is about South America and India, the synergies and complementaries. So I would start with the historical and political connections between India and the Latin American region, in which I have spent nearly 5 years of my service. India and the countries of Latin America have shared common historical linkages of being under the colonial rule and later becoming independent sovereign nations. The noble ideals behind their freedom have mutually inspired them. These regions have also shared affiliations both in political and economic spheres, which are evident from their engagements in regional groupings such as BIMSTEC SAARC led by India and CARICOM, PROSUR, Mercosur in Latin America. Further, countries of these geographical regions represent the developing economies of the world, and the problems faced by them are in most cases identical. There is a clear shift which is taking place in the world today regarding the balance of power, and the fulcrum is shifting towards Asia. Over the last 2 decades, India and Brazil have asserted themselves as influential players in the global stage. Given the political engagement between India and LAC region, there has been largely relegated to the realm of South-South cooperation. Bilateral ties have been primarily defined by mutual economic interest, in particular trade. With India emerging as a global economy and having its trade footprints in almost all major regions of the world, it needs to extensively engage with LAC region on the economic side. For example, in 2005, the total trade between India and South America amounted to $5.2 billion. Despite a number of challenges such as lack of direct shipping routes, the bilateral trade flow show a significant growth since then, and in 2019-2020, the figure stood at $34 billion. By sector-wise, if you look at our trade with LAC exports to the Indian subcontinent are largely focused on natural resources and primary products, including crude oil and biofuels, copper and other minerals, sugar, soy, and vegetable oil. Meanwhile, Indian exports to LAC region comprises largely of engineering goods, chemicals, pharmaceuticals, textiles, and refined oil products. During the period 2019 and 2020, Brazil regained its position as India's top exporting destination in Southern America. India is now the fifth largest exporter of pharmaceuticals to the LAC region, with Brazil alone accounting for nearly 30% of our exports. This sector offers tremendous scope for a greater cooperation in future. In the context of the challenges posed by the COVID-19 pandemic, where there is a general tendency to reduce over-dependence on China, and India being the pharmacy of the world could not afford to miss this opportunity. India can look at doubling its pharma exports to LAC region in the next 5 years to reach a ballpark figure of about $2 billion. And this could be done with special focus on Brazil as a pivot in the region, as Brazil is the biggest market for India's pharma products in LAC region. Similarly, there is a potential of export for auto parts, motorcycles from India to LAC. Coming to the manufacturing base, expanding our manufacturing base in LAC with Brazil as a pivot could be one of the strategies to promote our economic interest in the region. To list a few success stories of Indian companies in Brazil, UPL, the largest Indian agrochemical firm, has a strong presence in LAC, with its Brazilian unit alone contributing to $1.2 billion of annual turnover of the company. With the projected rise in population, increased acreage of soybean and corn, and rising demand for biopesticides, Brazil could become a major agrochemical market in future for Indian agrochemical companies. Aditya Birla Group has aluminium and carbon black plants in Brazil with an annual turnover of over $2 billion US. On the service sector side, there is a strong presence of Indian companies in the IT sector, creating a strong technical force of 20,000 people, mostly Brazilians. With the upheaval of new and emerging areas of technology, such as cloud computing, robotics, artificial intelligence, digital health technologies, there are tremendous opportunities for Indian IT companies in Brazil and other Southern American countries. The region can also contribute immensely towards the food requirements, also as because Latin American region is 5 times that of India and has only half as the population of what we have. India is importing pulses and oil seeds from many of the African and Southeast Asian countries at very high cost. We have to look at South American markets that can give it an edge over the existing suppliers in terms of prices. Latin America is also very rich in mineral resources. It gives India an opportunity to increase investments for their extraction as well as for their imports at cheaper rates. Time and distance should no longer be a determinant to strengthen our engagements with LAC region. We can look at having a common and integrated approach towards addressing the issues related to developing countries in the multilateral fora to engage Latin America. There seems to be a much larger potential for LAC to enhance economic ties with India. In any measure, a country that is relatively scarce in national resources and abundant in human resources, whereas in most of LAC, the case is opposite. Stronger economic relations would in turn promote greater cooperation between LAC and not only in economic terms, but also on a broader, more global issues, which would help deepen trade relations as well. Coming to the people-to-people contacts, enhancing people-to-people contacts through cultural exchanges we can send a lot of cultural troops from India and they can make performances in Brazil. This is also an important element of our strengthening partnership with LAC region. Promotion of yoga and Ayurveda as soft diplomacy tools will also help in this regard. So with this, I conclude my speech. I once again thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity, and I wish all the best for the event. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Brazil, member of the BRICS country, India and Brazil have a very strong relationship and also good cooperation for many issues, international relations, international business, many other things. We are sitting in very important position in Brazil. I think the Indian community can, Indian businessmen can do many things because of the biggest country in in America, the Brazil also. Brazil is a very big country, big town. Even it is Sao Paulo is look like New York, then Rio de Janeiro, another tourism important city. All is a very only country in South America is a Portugal language country. All other is a Spanish country. So there's a lot of similarity between India and Brazil because culture-wise many other things. I'm very happy you presented a wonderful speech. Thank you. Now I'm requesting Mr. Ahmed Bukhari, one of the popular businessman and industrialist from southern Tamil Nadu, and his family established a lot of business and contributed to economic development in Tamil Nadu as well as internationally. I'm requesting Bukhari. Mr. Bukhari? Yes, is there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes.
But I'm here.
Yes, you told you want a PowerPoint presentation. You already told our people, or can I share the screen?
Just a few minutes, Doctor. I'll just pass it. I'll just request Ms. Premrika Rajkumari to put it up after a few minutes.
Okay.
So can I bring whenever you are telling me to start, I will start.
Yes, I will ask Anand. Anand, I think is doing your.
Sir, I will play the PPTs. No
Okay,
madam. Thank you.
Shall I?
Yes.
Just for a few minutes, madam. If doctor can tell me when I can start, I will start whenever he tells me to
start now. Then after that she can play.
Yeah. After a few minutes. So I'm ready to start, doctor.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Mikka nandri, doctor. First of all,
I want to introduce you one more important point. Ahmed Bukhari is running a very big conference every year for our Tamil Muslim, not only Tamil Muslim, all Muslim community, Indian community, all in our other community also involving everyone to promote like us to organizing a very big United Economic Forum, popular forum in Chennai, and organizing conference every year. They are doing a wonderful job and doing a lot of interaction, networking among themselves. Welcome, sir, your participation. Yes, you can start now, sir.
Okay, thank you very much, Doctor, and respected members of the global Tamil diaspora, esteemed speakers who spoke earlier, distinguished speakers, Mr. Logi Naidu, Justice Karnagaran, Ms. Prem Rajkumari, Ambassador Mubarak. I've been wanting to meet him for a long time. So thanks to Dr. Sampath, I'm seeing him online now. Deputy Ambassador Govindan, Dr. Tyagarajan, and of course, Dr. Sampath, and all well-wishers. Anaivarakkum, Malai Vanakkam, Kalai Vanakkam, good evening, wherever you are. So first of all, I want to thank Dr. Sampath for having invited me. I think it's a wonderful initiative, Doctor. The Mari conference organized it's not an easy matter. The amount of effort which goes in, we are totally aware of it. And we are very fortunate. We had organized a summit at our United Economic Forum. That's biannual. Thankfully, it's not annual. Annual once in 2 years. We're very happy. Because in 2 years, we have to organize the conference. But it's a lot of effort, and I'm very happy to be involved in an effort like this. And I must really compliment Madras Development Society and the World Tamil Economic Foundation for inviting me and for organizing this wonderful event this evening. So thank you very much to all of you. So Dr. Sampath, I'll just say a little bit more. We hail from Tamil Nadu, from Ramna district. My father is Mr. B.S. Abdurrahman Solite. He was the founder of this company in ETA in Dubai called ETA Ascon Group. At one point in time, we were the largest employers of Indians in the Gulf, almost 100,000 people, and mostly from Tamil Nadu. There was also a joke, that my father's company was called ETA. So that was the name we used to have for our company in Dubai. We had speakers from Seychelles, and we had from Brazil, and from all over the world, from Guatemala. I want to bring people back to Tamil Nadu. இப்போ நம்ம தமிழ் எக்கனாமிக் கான்ஃபரன்ஸ் பேசுறதுனால I want to bring everybody to Tamil Nadu and to South Tamil Nadu, right? So as for myself, எனக்கு வந்து பாத்தீங்கன்னா I was actually born in Hong Kong. முன்னாடி வந்து இவங்க சொன்னாங்க lawyer sir Dr. Tyagarajan was mentioning about the NRIs and whatnot. I was born in Hong Kong, but I still hold on to my Indian passport, although I had many times opportunity to get a foreign passport. So what I do is something to do with the Tamil soil, something to do with Tamil Nadu. I always wanted to do something back home. So we decided to set up a power plant in Thoothukudi. We started the work in 2005 and finally on the plant katti mudikkiradhukku almost 10 years aachu. So we have set up a 1200 megawatt IPP at over a $1.3 billion investment we have made. And we can roughly supply to 10% of Tamil Nadu's power. Almost 10% of Tamil Nadu's population, we can roughly serve. We serve basically 10% of Tamil Nadu's power requirements. We have also exported power. We were also looking at exporting power all the way from South Tamil Nadu to Bangladesh even. So so I've been there, like I said, for the last 15 years in south of Tamil Nadu. So madam, can you just put up presentation, the slide?
Rajakumari.
So your title it is South Tamil Nadu positioning as a global technology and innovation hub. And because like I told you earlier, I've been sort of operating in South Tamil Nadu for almost 15 years now. So plant வந்து பண்ணனும் மண்ணின் மைந்தரப்பா நம்ம ஊருக்கு வந்து ஏதாவது செய்யணும்னு சொல்லி தான் தூத்துக்குடிக்கு வந்தோம். எங்க ஊருக்கு தூத்துக்குடிக்கு பாத்தீங்கன்னா it is just about an hour drive away. நான் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணும்போது 2005ல பாத்தீங்கன்னா there were no roads, port was not okay, and a lot of people came and told me that this development is not going to take place in Tamil Nadu, South Tamil Nadu. எதுக்குப்பா இங்க வர்ற? Why don't you go to some other state and சொல்லி something kept telling me that we have to do it back in Tamil Nadu. I'm very happy we did it. We fully commissioned the plant. Next madam, photo coming. So this is our power plant, and we have got various awards and everything as a very environment friendly company. Of course, it is a coal-fired power plant, fortunately or unfortunately, but it's located right in South Tamil Nadu. It is over a plot of about 1,000 acres. So plant kattamode இப்போ மற்ற இடத்துல பார்த்தீங்கன்னா lot of people come and say இல்ல land acquisition problem இருக்கு, environment problem இருக்கு, அது இருக்கு, இது இருக்கு, மக்கள் problem இருக்கு, தூத்துக்குடியில் அதை பண்ணுவாங்க, இது பண்ணுவாங்கன்னு. But being a local, I figured out, we get so much of advantage. People come and support us so much. அங்க மண்ணின் மைந்தரா இருக்கனால, if our intention is very straightforward, we found that a lot of people come and support the initiatives. இதை ஒட்டி தான் then we started talking to a lot of other companies. So இது வந்து இந்த மாதிரி சவுத் தமிழ்நாடு இப்படி இருக்க, why not other people come and also have your industry here? Why not have technology companies? Why not have industries come up here? Why not it become an innovation hub? இப்போ பார்த்தீங்கன்னா some of the smartest people in the world running the biggest companies. இன்னைக்கு வந்து சொல்லவே தேவையில்லையே. Today we have got Sundar Pichai who's running Google Alphabet, and that company is worth $1.3 trillion. அது பார்த்தீங்கன்னா it's 4-5 times the GDP of Tamil Nadu, and it's just one company, and it's all technology, right? So இந்த மாதிரி talent நமக்கு தமிழ்நாட்டில் இருக்கு, and more so in South Tamil Nadu. So why not position South Tamil Nadu? Of course, there are a lot of other opportunities we discuss around the world. I am a firm believer that we have among the best talent, and நம்ம Tamil talent, Tamil Nadu, South India in general, we've got some of the finest talent anywhere in the world. So rather than exporting our talent to San Francisco or to London, or I know, maybe a couple of 100 years back, we exported people like Mr. Naidu and Mr. Moses and everybody back to different countries, So we want everybody back to South Tamil Nadu because these are some of our finest people. And of course, there are also a lot of people in Tamil Nadu and South Tamil Nadu who are desperate for jobs, but who can do fantastic things, globally relevant projects. Idan point that we can do any project. I'm almost convinced that the type of industry we can do here will be on par with any other place anywhere in the world, if we've got the right type of ecosystem to support it. So next, madam. So what is that we think? If we have to position this as a global innovation and technology hub position பண்றதா இருந்தோம்னா, what are the areas we can do? Of course, there are a lot of areas. I've only listed 3 here. ஒன்னு பாத்தீங்கன்னா technology and electronics is definitely an area which looks very interesting. Satellite business. இப்போ பாத்தீங்கன்னா India has the fame of launching one of the lowest cost satellites anywhere in the world. நம்ம தான் launch பண்ணோம். To the Mars orbit mission was launched by ISRO. Of course, then we've got, so the 3 main areas of business I feel is technology, electronics, satellite business. Ipo south of Thuthukudi la pathina in Kulasegarapatnam there is going to be a new launch station which is coming up. In Mahendragiri and Tirunelveli there is already a testing facility which has been operating I think for 15 or 20 years. So we've got all the talent which is there in that area. We've got the sustainability business. So South Tamil Nadu and South Tamil Nadu, for all of those people who are very interested in environment, so are we. Tamil Nadu is the 9th largest renewable energy hub in the world. And South Tamil Nadu is among the largest anywhere in India. Almost 6 to 7 gigawatts of renewable energy is there. So we have got renewable energy, we've got the satellite business, we've got technology companies. I don't know, some of you may have heard of this company called Zoho. And Zoho founder Mr. Sridhar Vembu. He operates from Tengasi. And if a Zoho company, they have almost 8,000 people working. It's got a valuation of about $6 to $7 billion. And they've got 2 main offices. One is Tengasi. I happen to go to that Tengasi Development Center as well. All local people. In fact, many of them are not even gone to college. They recruit people from school itself, dropout from college. They only recruit for attitude. And they were able to put up this company. So Zoho has already proven it. In fact, and the Zoho video on Zoho Tengasi the founder will tell you that his pitch itself is you don't have to be in Silicon Valley to create global scale companies. So if we are able to come up with, let's say, 100 companies of $100 million revenue each, then we are talking a $10 billion business. Or 1,000 companies at $10 million revenue will give us a $10 billion business. Satellite business, same story. 1,000 companies, $10 million business, almost $10 billion can be the opportunity. And sustainability. Like I told you about the renewable energy, I told you about 7-8 gigawatts of renewable energy is already there. We have got nuclear power is there, solar power is there, wind power is there, thermal power is there, gas is there. Then in Trichy you have this whole equipment manufacturing which is available, and we've got people who are hungry for jobs. They will be loyal for getting the jobs. They'll be very happy that they get the jobs. CO2 capture is a fantastic opportunity. Electric vehicles is a great opportunity. Battery manufacturing. These are all the new generation business opportunities which are there. If we are able to bring these type of companies, small companies, big companies back to South Tamil Nadu, start working with India as a market to start with. And as it is, India is already, Tamil Nadu is already probably one of the top states in India today. It is a number 2 state in terms of GDP. It is number 1 in terms of factory. It is number 1 in renewable energy. It is number 1 in textiles. And the list goes on and on and on. So Tamil Nadu already has a lot of rich resources. If we are able to take advantage of Tamil Nadu, South Tamil Nadu, and if we are able to look at a global market as a market, I think we have great potential to position this as a global technology and innovation hub. Next, please. And some of the pieces which are relevant, for positioning as a global technology and innovation hub. 500 educational institutions. Theoretically speaking, every one of these institutions can become innovation and R&D hubs. No need for any investment. Talent is already there, faculty is already there, students are already there, campus is already there. All they have to do is change their mindset, and that becomes an innovation hub. Then we are working on a technology zone in what we are calling as a T3M4. That the technology zone between Trichy, Thuthukudi, Tirunelveli and Madurai, focusing on Industry 4.0. And we have access to 5 airports. There is 2 large ports, Thuthukudi port, 3 large ports actually. There are ports in Kerala, the ports in Tamil Nadu, Thuthukudi port, basically. Karaikal port access. Roads are fantastic, plenty of renewable energy. Railways, well connected for railways. And like, of course, Doctor was mentioning earlier, I'm also president of the United Economic Forum, and also this agency called the Thoothukudi Development Board. It's a small organization in Thoothukudi. We are trying to work on these investments, and we'll be very happy to work on this agenda. And finally, a little bit about Tamil Nadu, like I was mentioning, currently a $270 billion economy. If it grows at 8%, it becomes a 2.7 trillion economy by 2050 at 8% growth rate. If we are able to push this economy to grow at 12% growth rate, Tamil Nadu becomes a $4 trillion economy. It is a 15x growth from where it is today. It will be one of the most significant growth stories anywhere in the world for this story. So it will be a pleasure for all of us to work on this opportunity. We'll be supporting our homeland. We'll be supporting our state. We'll be meeting up with our brothers and sisters from all over the world. So that's my story. So I hope we all join the party and take Tamil Nadu and India and put it in the global map. So thank you very much, Doctor. I don't want to take any more of the time. I hope it was useful, and thank you very much for inviting me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bugari. நீங்க அதை மட்டும் இல்ல, இடிஏ குரூப்பினுடைய சேர்மன் உங்க ஃபாதரை எனக்கு 1980 இருந்து பர்சனலாக தெரியும். பல முறை நான் சந்தித்திருக்கிறேன். பல முறை இது டின்னர் லஞ்ச் எல்லாம் சாப்பிட்டிருக்கோம்.
வெரி நைஸ்.
நானு அவர் ராம்தாஸ் பழைய ஐஏஎஸ்
ராம்தாஸ்,
சாமிவேலு.
From Malaysia, Dato Samivelu, right?
Whenever Dato Samivelu comes to Chennai, your father used to come to Taj Coromandel. We all lunch and dinner together.
Very nice, very nice. I didn't know all this history.
Group played a very major role to conduct a second World Tamil Economic Conference in Dubai.
In Dubai, yes. Yeah.
Sponsored a very big level, and your group people, Mr. Salahuddin, Mr. Abid Junaid, and your brother Arif, everyone supported a very great level. Thanks for your support for the promotion of this economic conference.
Anytime, Doctor.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Very good picture about Tamil Nadu and investment opportunities.
Thank you, Doctor.
Yes, thank you. Now I am inviting Dr. Kalai Chellam, the practicing medical practitioner from Atlanta, USA. Dr. Kalai Chellam studied in Madras Medical College and Kilpack Medical College, and she's a very popular medical doctor in Atlanta. She's the wife of my good friend, Mr. Parthiban Shanmugam. Both married. Parthiban Shanmugam and Kalai Chellam, we know day one of their married life, and we attended their marriage. And also, I visited many times in New York when they were New York. New Yorkல அவங்க வீட்டுல போய் சாப்பிட்டிருக்கேன், அவங்கள பார்த்திருக்கிறேன். அது மட்டுமல்ல, அட்லாண்டாவில் நடக்கிற எந்த தமிழ் நிகழ்ச்சியும் கலை செல்வம் இல்லாமல் அது நடக்காது. அவர்கள் தான் அந்த அட்லாண்டாவில் மிக முக்கிய ஒரு தமிழராக விளங்கி கொண்டிருக்கிறார்கள். அமெரிக்கன் தமிழ் டாக்டர்ஸ் அசோசியேஷனுக்கு பிரசிடென்டாக இருந்திருக்கிறார்கள். Not only that, the FETNA, Federation of North America Tamil Associations, அதில் முக்கியமான பங்கு வகிக்கிறார்கள். இப்படி பல அங்கே நடக்கிற டெம்பிள் அசோசியேஷன்லையும் இவர் இருக்கிறார்கள். அதே போல தமிழ் ஸ்கூல் they are running, is a principal for that. She's teaching sometimes the holidays for the children. Like that, she's doing a lot of public service, social service, and also medical service. She's a very active practitioner, very popular among the Tamil doctors and Indian doctors in USA. I am very happy to, because not only that, we given an award for her in 2016 in Chennai, Crown Jewel of World Tamils in 2016, but she's unable to attend that function. But award still with us. We will give some colorful function when she's visiting Chennai, or we can organize a function in America. That is the stage now. Anyway, my best wishes for their endeavors. She's my, her family, her daughters, her husband, everyone is very close to me and our activities. Mr. Parthiban Shanmugam developed along with me from 1977 to till date. Every day he's talking with me, or I am talking with him and also is supporting big level for our public activities and social activities. Is even prepared some of the video presentation for our conference. Like that, Kalaiselvam and Parthiban both are very strong supporters for our ethnic activities. My best wishes to both of them. I'm inviting Dr. Kalaiselvam, popular and experienced and intellectual doctor, to present her paper. Yes, Kalaiselvam, நீங்க பேசலாம். உங்களுக்கு இது ஷேர் பண்ணமா? You can open your unmute your mic. Yes.
வணக்கம்.
You want to share the screen? I will do that one.
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay.
Not yet. I'll let you know when to share the screen.
Okay. Okay.
வணக்கம் டாக்டர் விஆர்எஸ் சம்பத். தங்களின் அன்பான அறிமுகத்துக்கு மிக்க நன்றி. அனைவருக்கும் தத்தம் இருப்பிடம் பொழுதுக்கு ஏற்ற இனிய வணக்கங்கள். 7வது உலக தமிழ் பொருளாதார மாநாடு, இணையவழி உலக பொருளாதார உச்சி மாநாடு 2020 இதில் பங்கேற்பதில் மிக்க மகிழ்ச்சி அடைகிறேன். அடாது மழை பெய்தாலும் விடாது விழா நடத்துவாராம் டாக்டர் சம்பத் அவர்கள். விடாது கொரோனா நம்மை துரத்தி வந்தாலும் தளராது நாங்கள் மாநாடு நடத்துவோம். எனக்கு கொடுக்கப்பட்ட தலைப்பு COVID-19 vaccine distribution. Now I'd like to share my screen. So Dr. Sampath, எனக்கு screen share பண்ணணும் இப்போ. All right, before I go into my actual topic of COVID-19 vaccine distribution, I want to give a brief overview. Of course, we all know germs are in the environment and of course on our bodies too, but we have very good defense mechanisms. The main defense mechanism is the physical barrier. I just put a few examples, but the best example is the skin, right? Nothing can penetrate the skin if it is intact. So intact skin is the best defense mechanism or the barrier. The next one is the immune system. That is where the vaccines come into play. There are different types of vaccines. Vaccines can be manufactured by different resources. I put a few examples: whole virus vaccines, protein subunit vaccines, viral vector-based vaccines, nucleic acid vaccines. So once we decide what technology we are going to use, we start making the vaccines. The initial process is experimental trials on animals. We use lab rats or guinea pigs and animals as such. Once the animal trials, clinical trials are over, then we go on to the next phase, which is the human trials. There are different phases. So we have all now, everybody seems to know what these trials are all about because of the COVID pandemic. It's all in the media. So 3 basic trials, phases: phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. The main reason for these trials is to see how safe and effective these vaccines are using different populations and a huge number of populations. So once these trials are done, it goes for approval. So approvals are usually done by regulatory bodies. It's by either they can do it at the national level, country level. For example, in the USA, we have FDA. And okay. For India, we have the CDSCO. For UK, we have the MHRA. Countries also can submit their data for approval, their vaccine data for approval to regulatory bodies through WHO as well. Now, okay, so now the vaccine gets approved or we get emergency use authorization. Once that is done, the process of vaccine distribution starts. So to distribute the vaccine, first we have to manufacture the vaccine, of course. So manufacturing begins to scale up. It is done at different levels. At the local country level, if they can self-finance their own manufacturing, they can do that. Or if they need funds, they can get assistance from COVAX Global Initiative by WHO. After manufacturing, packaging, these vaccines are packaged in small bottle vials because they can withstand extreme temperatures and they are durable. They can maintain the integrity in extreme temperatures and it can avoid chemical reactions. The vaccines, does not interact with the material of the packaging. So it's packaged and stored. So how do we store these vaccines? In general, vaccines can be stored in the regular refrigerator, usually between 2 degrees to 8 degrees. But as we already know, that some of the vaccines need a different temperature, so we need specialized medical refrigerator. For example, the Pfizer BioNTech vaccine needs to be stored at -70 degrees centigrade. So after, we manufactured the vaccine, we packaged it, we stored it, now we have to ship. So the vaccines are shipped via refrigerator lorries, transported the vaccines from the airport to the warehouse cold room. If they need to be transported from the warehouse to regional areas, like we can use portable ice boxes, but still they have to be specialized if we are carrying Pfizer vaccines because it needs to be stored at a much, much lower temperature. Okay, I want to mention about the Global Health Initiative, COVAX. It is one of the 3 pillars of access to COVID-19 tools accelerator. Their goal is to provide innovative and equitable access to COVID-19 diagnostics, treatments, and vaccines. The COVAX pillar is actually focused mainly on the vaccine. That is the only way, that is the solution to this pandemic, global solution to pandemic, because we have to ensure that every single person in all corners of the world get access to COVID vaccine and they get the vaccine as soon as they are available. So this is one of the initiative which WHO does, which helps out countries who cannot self-finance distribution. COVAX is coordinated by Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance, along with CEPI. COVAX will achieve this by acting as a platform that will support research, development, manufacturing, and also negotiate pricing and delivery and distribution. All participating countries, regardless of their income levels, they will have access to these vaccines as soon as they are ready. The initial aim of COVAX initiative is to have 2 billion doses available by the end of 2021, which should be enough to protect at least the high-risk population, vulnerable people, elderly with high medical problems, as well as frontline and healthcare workers. Both self-financing as well as countries who needed funds, they will have access to the portfolio of the vaccines through this COVAX initiative. And self-financing countries also will be guaranteed sufficient doses to provide at least a certain number of portion of their population, at least 20% of their population can be vaccinated, subject to funding availability, and also depends on how much they buy into it. The countries, how much they buy into it, the economies, how much they buy into it. At least 20% will be covered. After 20% is covered, if they have more funds available and if they can distribute the vaccines, it will be distributed. Otherwise, I think the rest, the countries have to find their own funding and resources. COVAX does this, the Gavi COVAX Advantage Market Commitment is the one which supports this access to COVID-19 vaccine. Okay, so almost about 172 countries have been engaged in this COVID vaccine global COVAX initiative. 92 economies, the COVAX people, they have confirmed it. That includes low-income economies and countries. I see Nepal, Afghanistan, and many more countries I just listed. And also lower middle-income countries. I see India there, Pakistan is also one of the lower middle income. I was listening to news, looks like Pakistan also is buying from private sectors as well. because only 20%, the initial COVAX is providing funding for at least to cover 20%. So it looks like certain countries are buying from private. And 80 countries have submitted expressions of interest, and of which 43 countries have said, okay, you can publicly name our countries. I see Saudi Arabia, Singapore, UK, and many more countries. It's not just the countries which can sign up with COVAX, the vaccine candidates. Of course, the COVAX have partnered with about 9 vaccine companies. I see Moderna here, one of the popular vaccines. I see Novavax. I see AstraZeneca, the University of Oxford UK vaccine. So that's about 9 companies. They've made partnership with them to develop vaccines against COVID-19. As I was mentioning earlier, self-financing countries can make their own plans for distribution. For example, in the USA, Operation Warp Speed, OWS, has been in place. They have partnered with HHS, CDC, BARDA, NIH, DOD, and also Department of Veterans Affairs. The goal is to produce and deliver 300 million doses of safe and effective vaccines, at least the initial doses available by January 2021. The population of US is close to 330 million. So the goal is to pretty much provide 30 million doses, at least by January 2021. We are only giving the vaccines for adults only for now. And it's based on a tier or a phase system. There are 3 phases. Phase 1A is for healthcare workers and long-term care facility residents. Phase 1B, other essential workers, inclusive of education, food, agriculture, utilities, police, firefighters, transportation, etc. Phase 1C, adults who have high-risk medical conditions and elderly aged 65 plus. The rest of the population, the adult population, will get the vaccine in the next phase. Well, India is not far behind. India also has geared up their vaccine distribution initiative. Their goal is to provide vaccination for at least 30 million citizens, 10 million healthcare workers in private and government one. This is the initial phase, 20 million frontline workers. And they have in their pipeline for emergency use authorization, Pfizer, Serum Institute of India is doing the Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine, and the Bharat Biotech for its Covaxin. These are the 3 vaccines they have submitted for emergency use authorization. And looks like after Oxford AstraZeneca was approved in the UK last night, looks like Serum Institute of India's application has been considered. Well, Tamil Nadu is not far behind as well. I was talking to my friend, Dr. Selva Vinayagam. He's the Joint Director of Health and Family Welfare. I'm sure Dr. Sampath would probably know him. About 51 warehouses are ready, and they have the capacity to store about 2.5 crore doses of vaccine at any given time. The Tamil Nadu state has identified close to 40,000 centers for rollout. To be exact, 46,000 centers for rollout of these vaccines. 21,000 personnel are being trained, and they already have the priority list. The priority list is by how we do it in the US, the phase system, the tier system. Initially, phase would be the healthcare workers, almost about 5 lakh healthcare workers and other frontline personnel, like people from the municipal administration, utilities, revenue, police, the elderly, and of course, patients with high-risk medical problems. They are in the first phase to receive the vaccines. And so far, there are few vaccines that have been already approved, or they have obtained their emergency use authorization, and it's been already rolled out in many different parts of the world. We have the Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine, which got its approval on December 2nd at the UK level by MHRA. And then it got its emergency use authorization by FDA in the US on December 11th. On December 18th, we had the Moderna COVID-19 vaccine, which got its emergency use authorization in the US by FDA as well. And breaking news, I'm sure I don't know if everybody heard about it. As I was entering home around, I believe it was 2 a.m. Today, probably UK time zone was December 29th. So they approved, the MHRA approved Oxford AstraZeneca's COVID-19 vaccine. And of course, two other popular vaccines, Novavax and Janssen's, they are in the phase 3 trials, and they should be getting their approval pretty soon as well. And we are hearing about the UK variant of the COVID virus. And another breaking news yesterday was that there was another variant, I mean, same variant, UK variant was identified in the US, a 20-year-old person. So far, they have looked back at the clinical trials and the data available. So it appears these vaccines currently, which have been approved, might be effective for these variants as well as of now. As I mentioned just a minute ago, Oxford AstraZeneca got approved last night, a few hours ago. So the goal is to produce 3 billion doses, and Serum Institute of India is going to produce 1 billion. After the first dose, in about 4 to 12 weeks, people can get the second dose. There was some concern about the efficacy is being less, apparently, compared to the Pfizer as well as the Moderna. But if it is dose adjusted, you can get a higher efficacy up to 80% or more. And also it's very inexpensive. It costs only about $4 or less. The goal rollout is probably January 4th, and we might get it in India too as well, hopefully by Monday. Okay, going into the business of COVID vaccines, over about 200 vaccine candidates are being developed at a rocket speed, breakneck speed. Nearly about 7.2 billion doses have been pre-purchased by various countries and by organizations around the globe. I just listed a few just to give you an idea how much has been pre-bought by different countries and unions. European Union, I just mentioned the few highest ones. European Union, about 1.58 billion doses have been pre-purchased or ordered. India, 1.5 billion, USA 1.01 billion. India, their to-go vaccine is the Novavax vaccine. They have pre-ordered 1 billion. And of course, the AstraZeneca, which is going to be produced by Serum Institute of India, 500 million vaccines. USA, 500 million vaccines doses from Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine. And then the Novavax is about 110 million. The rest, 100 millions of each other vaccines like the Pfizer and the Moderna were purchased. But if you look at India, there seems like they ordered a lot, 1.5, and USA ordered 1.01 billion. But you look at the population of India is 1.3 billion, and USA is 330 million. So look at that. And then the COVAX vaccine by the WHO initiative, they've ordered 700 million. Canada is not far behind, more than 350 million doses of vaccine. Their to-go vaccine is the Novavax vaccine. That is their predominant pre-purchased. They have about 38 million population. UK about close to 350 million. High-income countries have bought almost about 54%. That equates to about 4 billion doses. Low-income and middle-income countries have pre-purchased 23. And also, it depends on the purchasing power of the economies or the countries. But they use other means as a leverage. For example, countries like Peru, they volunteered to host clinical trials in exchange for doses. And India, for example, they made agreements with vaccine producers, like they made agreements with Oxford AstraZeneca, the Serum Institute, and that's how they get some leverage and have a higher purchasing power. And of course, some of these countries are still part of the COVAX global initiative as well. One more little business caveat of the vaccines. Pfizer one single dose cost about $20. Moderna ranges from $50 to 10 to 50, average of $35 per dose. Oxford AstraZeneca is so far the least expensive. It's about $4 or 3 pounds. And so as I was saying, the highest seller is the Oxford AstraZeneca, 2.5 billion pre-sold already. The next popular one is the Novavax vaccine, 1.3 billion. The early birds, the Pfizer, BioNTech, they pre-sold about 10% of their manufactured vaccine, and Moderna about 6%. Now let me show a video. Noi nadi, noi mudar nadi, adu thanikum vai nadi vaippu cheyal. Yes, COVID vaccine is here, and I received my COVID vaccine. In a few days, I have to get my booster. And COVID vaccine is the holy grail right now. And I would like to thank Dr. V.R.S. Sampath and the entire team for this excellent opportunity for me to talk about the COVID vaccine distribution. And Nandri, Vanakkam.
Yes, thank you. You given a clear picture about what is going on vaccine. We are all waiting for the vaccine because to go out from my house, not only myself, everyone like that.
Yeah,
So
looks
India,
like I think India will roll out on January 4th. We are keeping
yes,
fingers crossed.
the India, but they will put first for the
Healthcare workers, and yes.
healthcare. Then after that only we can get it for us. Anyway, now yesterday the Dubai businessman spoke to the conference. He told there is a called vaccine tourism. If someone comes to Dubai, they can get a vaccine and go back like that. They are introducing the system to encourage the tourism in Dubai. Anyway, we another 3 months we can get a better world and also the better lifestyle through this vaccine. The India is playing a very major role for the third world countries, especially for Africa and Asia, because of cheaper vaccine for this Oxford University and the Serum Institute. So apart from that, the Reddy lab also trying. Another one, Ahmedabad Institute also one is trying. The India is making 3 to 4 vaccine going on now. India always pharmaceutical business top level in the world and invented many medicines and vaccines. We are the authority for vaccine for a long time, but we can also play a major role in the world. I am very happy Dr. Kalai presented a detailed and informative presentation for the participants. It will go your speeches in the way YouTube also to helpful for many people. One of my medical doctor friend, Mr. Dr. Shanmugraj, mentioned some message. Hello, Dr. Shanmugraj, is there? Hello, Shanmugraj. I saw it. He put some comment on your things. If it is there, I will ask them to say a few words. Mr. Shanmugraj, Dr. Shanmugraj. Anyway, he's not there. Anyway, thank you for your wonderful presentation. Thank you. Now I'm inviting our one of the chief guests, Dr. Mr. Honorable VP Sivakolundu, Speaker of Pondicherry Assembly. He participated in our Durban conference. He was a chairman of the organizing committee in Pondicherry 5th World Tamil Economic Conference. 5th World Tamil Economic Conference. Dr. Sivakolundu, Mr. Honorable Sivakolundu is a very helping tendency personality. He supported a lot for our conference to organize in Puducherry. Puducherry, everyone knows our speaker is a very cordial and friendly person, and also is a Tamil lover. He organized many Tamil conference, literary conference, Kamban festival, like that, many other things. He traveled all over the world to participate in literary meeting. அவரை உங்கள் அனைவரின் சார்பிலே வருக வருக என்று வரவேற்கின்றேன். அவருடைய உரையினை கேட்பதற்காக நாம் அனைவரும் அவருடன் காத்திருக்கிறோம். மாண்புமிகு சபாநாயகர் அவர்களை சிறப்புரை ஆற்றுமாறு கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறேன். சார், உங்க மைக் ஆல்ரெடியா அன்மியூட் பண்ணியாச்சு, நீங்க பேசலாம். ஓகே.
சார் வணக்கம்.
வணக்கம்.
சார் வணக்கம். சார், இந்த உலக தமிழர் பொருளாதார 7வது உச்சி மாநாடு கடந்த 3 நாட்களாக மிக சிறப்பாக நடைபெற்று கொண்டிருப்பதை நினைக்கும் போது உண்மையிலேயே புதுச்சேரியின் சார்பாக என்னுடைய மனமார்ந்த நன்றியையும் வணக்கத்தையும் இந்த நேரத்தில் நான் தெரிவித்துக் கொள்வதோடு, இந்த பொருளாதார மாநாடு நடைபெறுவதற்கு உறுதுணையாக இருக்கின்ற மதிப்பிற்கும் மரியாதைக்கும் உரிய ஐயா வி.ஆர். சம்பத் அவர்களே, இதற்கு உறுதுணையாக இருக்கின்ற நண்பர் முத்துவேல் அவர்களே, இன்னும் இந்த விழாவிற்கு உறுதுணையாக இருக்கின்ற அத்துணை நல்ல நண்பர்களே, உங்கள் அனைவருக்கும் புதுச்சேரி சார்பாக என்னுடைய மனமார்ந்த நன்றியையும் வணக்கத்தையும் நான் தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். நான் 5வது உலகத்தமிழர் மாநாட்டிலே, உலகத்தமிழ் பொருளாதார மாநாட்டிலே சவுத் ஆப்பிரிக்காவிலே கலந்து கொள்கின்ற ஒரு பேச்சினை நான் பெற்றேன். எங்களுடைய மாண்புமிகு முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களும் தொழில்துறை அமைச்சர் அவர்களும் அங்கே ஒரு சிறப்பான செய்தியினை அந்த மாநாட்டிற்கு என் மூலமாக தந்தார்கள். அது மட்டுமல்ல, எங்களுடைய புதுச்சேரி மாநிலம் 4 பகுதிகளை கொண்ட ஒரு சிறிய மாநிலமாக இருந்தாலும் எங்களுடைய பிரெஞ்சு கலாச்சாரத்தினுடைய அடிப்படை நிகழ்வுகளோடு இந்த மாநிலம் சிறந்த ஒரு சுற்றுலா தலமாகவும் தொழில் செய்வதற்கு ஒரு ஏற்ற மாநிலமாகவும் இங்கே தொழில் தொடங்குவதற்கு உண்டான அத்துணை அடிப்படை வசதிகளும் உள்ள ஒரு மாநிலமாகவும் இங்கே எங்களுடைய மாநிலம் இருந்து கொண்டிருக்கிறது. அது மட்டுமல்ல, இங்கே தொழில் நகரமான அருகாமையில் இருக்கிற சேதராப்பட்டிலே போதுமான அளவுக்கு நில வசதியும் தண்ணீர் வசதியும் மின்சார வசதியும் மிக சிறப்பாக தொழில் தொடங்குவதற்கு ஏற்ற இடம் இருக்கிறது. அது மட்டுமல்ல, இங்கே எங்களுடைய புதுச்சேரி மாநிலத்தினுடைய அரசு அந்த தொழில் தொடங்குவதற்கு ஏதுவாக மிக சுலபமாக அங்கே அவர்களுக்கு தேவையான மின் வசதியும் நீர் வசதியையும் அடிப்படை வசதிகளும் செய்து கொடுப்பதற்கு அரசும் தயாராக உள்ளது. இங்கே நான் இந்த நிகழ்ச்சியை கலந்து கொள்வது என்று சொன்னால், இன்றைக்கு இந்தியா முழுவதும் இலக்கிய விழாக்களிலும் கம்பன் விழாக்களிலும் நான் கலந்து கொண்டு பலருடைய நன்மதிப்பையும் பலருடைய நல்ல பழக்கத்தையும் பெற்றிருக்கின்றேன் என்பதை நான் இந்த நேரத்திலே நான் கூறிக்கொள்ள கடமைப்பட்டிருக்கிறேன். அது மட்டுமல்ல, நம்முடைய இந்த நிகழ்ச்சியை சிறப்பாக எடுத்து செல்லுகின்ற மதிப்பிற்குரிய வி.ஆர். சம்பத் அவர்களும் முத்துவேல் அவர்களும் இன்றைக்கு உலகத்தையே ஒரு உள்ளங்கையிலே கொண்டு சேர்க்கின்ற அளவிற்கு தொழில் முனைவர்களை எல்லாம் ஒன்று சேர்த்து அவர்களை எல்லாம் தொழில் தொடங்கி பொருளாதாரத்திலே ஒரு நல்ல நிலையை உருவாக்குவதற்கும் பறந்து விரிந்து கிடைக்கின்ற தொழிலாளர்களுக்கு வேலை வாய்ப்பு பெற்றுத் தருகின்ற ஒரு பெரிய பொறுப்பினையும் கொடுத்து அவர்களை மேல் நோக்கி வருவதற்கு தன்னால் இயன்ற அத்துணை செயல்களையும் செய்து வருவது மிகவும் சிறந்தது. ஏனென்று சொன்னால், இங்கே இந்தியாவிலே இருந்து ஒரு வெளிநாட்டிலே நாம் ஒரு தொழில் தொடங்க வேண்டும் என்று சொன்னால் அங்கே அதற்குண்டான உட்கட்டு அமைப்பெல்லாம் நாம் தேடி செய்ய வேண்டும் என்று சொன்னால் மிகவும் சிரமம். அங்கே நம்முடைய இந்த தொழில் வளர்ச்சி மாநாட்டிலே நாம் கலந்து கொள்ளும்போது ஒவ்வொரு தொழிலதிபர்களையும் நாம் சந்திக்கின்ற ஒரு நல்ல வாய்ப்பு நமக்கு கிடைக்கிறது. அதன் மூலமாக அங்கே நாம் என்ன தொழில் செய்தால் அந்த தொழில் மூலமாக நம்மளையும் ஒரு நல்ல நிலைக்கு கொண்டு செல்ல முடியும். அங்கே இருக்கின்ற தொழிலாளர்களுக்கும் வேலை வாய்ப்பு தந்து அவருடைய வாழ்க்கைக்கும் உயர்வதற்கும் நாம் ஒரு உறுதுணையாக இருக்க முடியும் என்பதைத்தான் நம்முடைய விஆர் சம்பத் அவர்கள் இந்த அத்துணை தொழில் அதிபர்களையும் ஒன்று திரட்டி அவர்களுக்கு தேவையான அத்துணை உதவிகளையும் செய்து அனைவரையும் ஒரு நிகழ்ச்சி அவர்களெல்லாம் ஒன்று சேர்க்கின்ற ஒரு பெரும் பணியை அவர்கள் செய்து கொண்டிருக்கிறார்கள். அவர்களுக்கு என்னுடைய புதுச்சேரி மாநிலத்துடைய சார்பாக நான் அவரை பாராட்ட கடமைப்பட்டிருக்கின்றேன். அது மட்டுமல்ல, இன்றைக்கு தொழில் வளர்ச்சி மூலமாக இன்றைக்கு பலரையும் ஒன்று சேர்த்து ஒரு குடையின் கீழ் ஒன்று சேர்த்து அவர்கள் அதை சிறப்பாக நடத்தி கொண்டிருக்கிறார்கள். அதே போல இன்றைக்கு நம்முடைய இந்த ஆண்டு நடக்கின்ற இந்த நிகழ்ச்சி நம்முடைய அனைவரும் ஒன்று சேர்ந்து ஒரு இடத்தில் அமர்ந்து நாம் பேசக்கூட முடியாத அளவிற்கு நம்முடைய இந்த ஆண்டு இந்த கொரோனா என்கின்ற ஒரு கொடிய நோயினால் நாம் அனைவரும் ஒன்று சேர முடியவில்லை. அது மட்டுமல்ல, பல தொழில் நிறுவனங்களும் இன்றைக்கு முடங்கி இருக்கிறது. வருகின்ற ஆண்டு 2020 ஆண்டு அனைவரையுமே மிக சிரமமான ஒரு சூழ்நிலையில் இந்திய பொருளாதாரம் மட்டுமல்ல உலக பொருளாதாரமே முடங்கி இருக்கின்ற அளவிற்கு நாம் இன்றைக்கு சிரமப்பட்டு கொண்டிருக்கின்றோம். ஆகவே இந்த 2021 ஆண்டினுடைய தொடக்கத்திலிருந்தே நாம் இந்த தொழிலை மேலும் மேலும் நாம் நல்ல முறையிலே செய்து இந்திய பொருளாதாரத்தையும் உலக பொருளாதாரத்தையும் ஒரு உன்னத நிலைக்கு கொண்டு செல்ல வேண்டும் என்று நான் விரும்பி என்னுடைய அவாவை நான் இங்கே வெளிப்படுத்துகின்றேன். வருகின்ற அடுத்த ஆண்டு இந்திய பொருளாதார 8வது பொருளாதார மாநாட்டை நாம் மிக சிறப்பாக அனைவரும் ஒன்று சேர்ந்து ஒருவரை சந்தித்து கொண்டு இந்த ஒரு உற்சாகமாக இந்த தொழில் பொருளாதார மாநாட்டை நாம் சிறப்பாக நடத்துவதற்கு அனைவரும் நாம் ஒன்று திரள்வதற்கு ஆண்டவர் நமக்கு அருள் புரிய வேண்டும். அது மட்டுமல்ல, நம்முடைய விஆர் சம்பத் அவர்கள் தொடர்ந்து எங்களை எல்லாம் ஊக்குவித்து இந்த நிகழ்ச்சியிலே ஒருங்கிணைத்து அனைவரையும் ஒன்று சேர்க்கின்ற பெரும் பணியை அவர்கள் செய்து கொண்டிருக்கிறார்கள். அவர்களுக்கும் என்னுடைய மனமார்ந்த நன்றியையும் வணக்கத்தையும் நான் தெரிவித்துக் கொண்டு இந்த நிகழ்ச்சி மூலம் உலகத்தில் இருக்கிற அத்துணை தொழிலாளர்களும் தொழில் அதிபர்களும் அனைவரும் பயன்பெறுகின்ற வகையிலே இந்த நிகழ்ச்சி அமைவதற்கு என்னுடைய நன்றியையும் வாழ்த்துக்களையும் தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கின்றேன். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
Honorable Speaker, நீங்க ரொம்ப அருமையான ஒரு சொற்பொழிவை நிகழ்த்தியிருக்கிறீர்கள். இது வந்திருக்கிற அனைத்து பார்ட்டிசிபென்ட்ஸும் ரொம்ப சந்தோஷத்தை கொடுக்கும். ஏனென்றால் நீங்க எலெக்ஷன், பொலிட்டிக்கல் ஆக்டிவிட்டிஸ், பிசினஸ், அதாவது பப்ளிக் ஆக்டிவிட்டிஸ்ல பிஸியா இருக்கீங்க. அந்த கார்ல போயிட்டு எப்படியாவது பேசணும்னு சொல்லி ஒரு ஒரு உத்வேகத்தோட நீங்க பேசுறது எங்களுக்கு ரொம்ப சந்தோஷமா இருக்கிறது. சொல்ல வேண்டிய கருத்தை சரியாகவும் நேர்த்தியாகவும் ஒழுக்கமாகவும் சொன்னீர்கள் என்பது எங்களுக்கு மகிழ்ச்சி அளிக்கிறது. உங்களுடைய ஒத்துழைப்பும் உங்களுடைய பாராட்டுதலும் எங்களை மேலும் மேலும் ஊக்குவிக்கும். உங்களுடைய ஆதரவுடன் அடுத்த 8வது உலகத்தமிழர் பொருளாதார மாநாடு நிச்சயமாக அடுத்த ஆண்டு துபாயில் மிக சிறப்பாக நடைபெறும். அதற்குள் இந்த கொரோனா பிரச்சனையெல்லாம் தீரும் என்று நம்புவோம். உங்களுக்கு எங்களுடைய நன்றியை வணக்கத்தையும் தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறோம். நன்றி.
நன்றி ஐயா. நன்றி.
அடுத்து Dr. Kalanidhi Veerasamy, the member of parliament and also the medical practitioner, is a very popular and also experienced and also talented doctor, and recently entered in political activities. He elected as a member of parliament last year from North Chennai. He is participating many debates in parliament. Is presenting very strongly about his presentation in parliament. We used to watch his presentation in Lok Sabha, I am requesting Dr. Kalanidhi Veerasamy to present his speech now. Sir, Dr. Kalanidhi sir, நீங்க அன்மியூட் பண்ணிக்க உங்க மைக்க பண்ணிட்டீங்களா? ஓகே, வெரி குட்.
இப்போ கேக்குதுங்களா சார்?
கேக்குது.
Sir, thank you very much for that flowery introduction, sir. Present and very good evening to all the participants of the 7th Ulagat Tamilar Purladhara Maanadu. It is a pleasure and it's been an honor to be participating in this event, and I should also
வீராசாமி எம்பி இல்ல பையன், அவரு அதே கார்ல நம்மள மாதிரி.
Hello.
பேசுங்க. Yes.
I should thank Dr. VRS sir. He has tirelessly been conducting this conference for the past several years. This is the 7th conference, and I had the opportunity of working along with him for this conference when it was conducted in Chennai in Meridian Hotel. And it was a very great experience and gave me a lot of insights about what activities are being done by him. And today, this meeting, he has given me a topic to talk about the COVID situation. Sir, shall I speak in Tamil or English, or can I mix up both and speak?
Any language according to your wish, Tamil or English, which is comfortable, you can present.
Okay. Then I will make it as an informal speech. அதாவது இது வந்து இந்த கோவிட் சிச்சுவேஷன் அப்படின்றது வந்து ஒரு நமக்கு முதலில் இதை பற்றி தெரிய வந்ததே வந்து ஜனவரி மாதத்தில் தான், ஒரு ஜனவரி கடைசி வாரத்தில் தான் தெரிய வந்தது. முதலில் சைனா, அங்கு ஊஹான் எனப்படும் மாகாணத்தில் அது கண்டறியப்பட்டு அது பல பிரச்சனைகளை ஏற்படுத்துகிறது, பல மக்கள் இறந்து போகிறார்கள் சீனாவில் என்று கூறி, அந்த சமயத்தில் யாருக்குமே இந்த கொரோனா வைரஸ் என்பது என்னவென்றே தெரியாத காலத்தில் இதை பாராளுமன்றத்தில் பிப்ரவரி 7ஆம் தேதி நான் இதை பற்றி ஒரு மக்களிடையே ஒரு விழிப்புணர்வை ஏற்படுத்த வேண்டும். வெளிநாட்டுகளிலிருந்து வரும், குறிப்பாக சைனாவிலிருந்து வரும் இந்த கண்டெய்னர் அவற்றை தடுத்து நிறுத்த வேண்டும். ஏனென்றால் அப்பொழுது பல வதந்திகள் இருந்தன. அதாவது இது மாதிரி அங்க இருக்கிற வேஸ்ட் எல்லாம் வந்து இங்க நம்ம கொண்டு வந்து நம்ம ஊர்ல டிஸ்போஸ் பண்றாங்க, மெடிக்கல் வேஸ்ட் அப்படின்றது. ஸோ அதை பற்றி கூறி முகக்கவசங்கள், தனிமைப்படுத்துதல் போன்ற முக்கிய தீர்வுகளை, அதாவது டெம்பரரி சொல்யூஷன்ஸ் ஆர் தி ஒன்லி சொல்யூஷன்ஸ் which was available at the point of time, இதன் முக்கியத்துவத்தை மக்களிடையே ஒரு விழிப்புணர்வை ஏற்படுத்துவதற்கு மத்திய அரசாங்கம் அனைத்து ஊடகங்களின் மூலமாகவும் இதை பரப்புரை செய்ய வேண்டும், மக்கள் அச்சப்படாமல் இருக்க வேண்டும் என்பதற்காக இதை பேசியிருந்தோம். பட் சேட்லி இந்த கொரோனா வைரஸ் வந்ததுக்கு அப்புறமா வந்து நமது பாரத பிரதமர் அவர்கள் நிறைய கண்ட்ரீஸ்ல வந்து ஒரு பிப்ரவரியிலேயே வந்து லாக்டவுன் அப்படின்னு அனௌன்ஸ் பண்ணியிருந்தாங்க. ஆனா இங்க வந்து ஒரு யுஎஸ் பிரசிடென்ட் ட்ரம்ப் இங்க வர்றாரு அப்படின்னு சொல்லி அந்த ஒரு விழாவை சிறப்பாக செய்ய வேண்டும் என்ற லாக்டவுன் வந்து தள்ளி போச்சு. தள்ளி போனதால் பல ஆயிரக்கணக்கான மக்களுக்கு இந்த கொரோனா பாதிப்பு ஏற்பட்டது. அதன் பிறகு இந்த கோவிட் சிச்சுவேஷன் அப்படின்றது வந்து பாத்தீங்கன்னா யாராலையுமே மறக்க முடியாதது வந்து அந்த ஒரு மாதம் அந்த லாக்டவுன் அப்படின்றது வந்து சரித்திரத்தில் நாம் யாருமே கண்டிராத அளவிற்கு ஒரு மாபெரும் துயரங்களையும் ஏற்படுத்தியது. அது கட்டுக்குள் கொண்டு வருவதற்காக என்று அது யாரும் அதை நினைத்து விட முடியாது. ஏன்னா வந்து இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு பேண்டமிக் அப்படின்றத வந்து யாராலையுமே கட்டுப்படுத்த முடியாது. இதை வந்து அந்த ஒரு மாத காலம் அதன் பின் அனௌன்ஸ் செய்யப்பட்ட இந்த லாக்டவுன்ஸ் எல்லாமே வந்து நம்முடைய சுகாதார கட்டமைப்பை வலுப்பெற வைக்க வேண்டும் என்பதற்காகத்தான். பட் sadly the infrastructure on the healthcare side was not as efficiently enhanced and improved by neither the central government nor the state government adequately. So இது வந்து அந்த கட்டமைப்பை சரியாக நாம் ஏற்படுத்தவில்லை அப்படின்றதுக்கு வந்து ஒரு இந்த வியாதி வந்து பெருமளவில் பரவுவதற்கு ஏதுவாக இருந்தது. அதே போல் even amongst doctors, the awareness about the disease, I mean, like, because it is a new virus, very few of us really understood the significance, or that nothing much can be done other than the initial phase of social distancing, masks, and personal hygiene in the form of washing your hands with soap and water or sanitizers. So இதுதான் நமக்கு இருந்த முதல் ஆயுதம். ஸோ அந்த கோவிட் சிச்சுவேஷனால் ஏற்பட்ட பாதிப்புகள் அப்படின்னு பாத்தீங்கன்னா அது ஒரு குறிப்பாக மெயின்லி 2 விதமா இருக்கும். பல விதமாக இருக்கிறது, ஆனால் குறிப்பாக 2. ஒன்னு வந்து அதோட மெடிக்கல் இம்பாக்ட், மக்களின் உயிரையும் நலத்தையும் பாதிப்பதற்கான ஒரு இம்பாக்ட். இன்னொன்னு வந்து பொருளாதார இம்பாக்ட், அதாவது இந்த லாக்டவுனினால் ஏற்பட்ட இம்பாக்ட். ஸோ இந்த மெடிக்கல் இம்பாக்ட் அப்படின்றது பாத்தீங்கன்னா இனிஷியலா வெளிநாடுகளில், அதாவது யூரோப்பியன் கண்ட்ரிஸ், வெஸ்டர்ன் வேர்ல்ட், அங்க வந்து இது பரவனப்போ மார்டாலிட்டி ரேட்ஸ் வந்து 6%, 7%, 8% அப்படின்றதெல்லாம் வந்து இட்டலி, யுஎஸ் போன்ற நாடுகளில் இருந்தது. ஆனால் இந்த இந்தியாவில் வந்து அது மார்டாலிட்டி ரேட் வந்து 2.5% அப்படின்றதுதான் இருக்கு. அப்படின்றது வந்து அது ஒரு பெருமையாக நாம் பேசிக் கொண்டிருந்தோம். ஆனால் அது உண்மை நிலவரம் என்ன அப்படின்னு பாத்தீங்கன்னா, மோஸ்ட் ஆஃப் த வெஸ்டர்ன் கண்ட்ரீஸ் தி பாப்புலேஷன், ஏஜிங் பாப்புலேஷன் அப்படின்றது வந்து ஒரு இட் வாஸ் மச் ஹையர். தி ஆவரேஜ் ஏஜ் அப்படின்றது வந்து பாத்தீங்கன்னா 70 வயது 80 வயதை கடந்தவர்கள் பெருமளவில் ஒரு பெரும் விகிதாச்சாரத்தில் இருந்தார்கள். இந்தியாவில் வந்து யங்கர் பாப்புலேஷன், அதாவது நீங்க ஸ்டாட்டிஸ்டிக்ஸ் எடுத்து பாத்தீங்கன்னா less than 40, அதாவது 40 வயதுக்கு கீழ். Hello, sir. Am I audible, sir? Hello?
Yes, audible. Yes, you continue.
Yeah. So, இது வந்து இந்தியாவில் வந்து பாத்தீங்கன்னா 40 வயதிற்கு கீழ் இருக்கும் பாப்புலேஷன் வந்து அரௌண்ட் 40 to 50%. ஸோ ஆப்வியஸ்லி தி மார்டாலிட்டி ரேட்ஸ் வந்து வயதானவர்கள் இறந்து போவதுதான் காமனா இருந்தது. வயதில் இளையவர்களாக இருப்பவர்கள், அவர்களுக்கு இருதய நோயோ இல்லாட்டி நுரையீரலில் ஏதாவது ஒரு நோயோ இருந்தால் அவர்களுக்கு இந்த பாதிப்பினால் மரணம் ஏற்படுவதற்கான வாய்ப்புகள் அதிகமாக இருக்குது. ஸோ ஆப்வியஸ்லி அவர் மார்டாலிட்டி பர்சன்டேஜ் வாஸ் less than 2.5%. அண்ட் இன்னைக்கு வந்து லேட்டஸ்ட் ஸ்டாட்டிஸ்டிக்ஸ் பார்த்தோம்னா தோராயமாக 1 கோடி மக்களுக்கு வந்து 1.5 லட்சம் மக்கள் இறந்திருக்கிறார்கள். அது மிகவும் வருத்தப்பட வேண்டிய விஷயம். பட் இன் திஸ் ப்ராசஸ், அதாவது இந்த கோவிட் சிச்சுவேஷன் மெடிக்கல் லைன்ல ஹேண்டில் பண்றதுக்கு வந்து ஒவ்வொரு டைம் நம்ம வந்து இப்போ பார்த்தது என்ன அப்படின்னா, இதுவரைக்கும் பார்த்ததுல இதற்கு ட்ரீட்மெண்ட் வந்து ஏர்லி டிடெக்ஷன், அதாவது இந்த வியாதி வந்துருச்சு அப்படின்னு ஒரு சந்தேகம் இருந்தால் உடனே அதை வந்து தேவையான டெஸ்ட் பண்ணி, அதாவது இந்த நேசல் ஸ்வாப் டெஸ்ட் பண்ணி, ஆர்டிபிசிஆர் அப்படின்ற டெஸ்ட் பண்ணி அதை ஐடென்டிஃபை செய்துவிட்டு அதில் நுரையீரலில் பாதிப்பு உள்ளவர்கள் மருத்துவமனையில் அனுமதிக்கப்பட்டு வைத்தியம் பெற்றால் மார்டாலிட்டி ரேட் அப்படின்றது கம்மியாகுது. அப்படின்றது வந்து நம்ம ஸ்லோவா இந்த இத்தனை மாதங்கள் கடந்து ஓரளவுக்கு நமக்கு வருது. இன்று வந்து மக்கள் அந்த அளவிற்கு, அதாவது முதலில் அந்த மார்ச், ஏப்ரல், மே, ஜூன் அந்த பீரியட்ல இருந்த அந்த ஃபியர் வந்து இப்போ வந்து கொஞ்சம் கம்மியாயிடுச்சு. ஸோ இப்போ வந்து நமக்கு வந்து ஹாஸ்பிட்டலைசேஷன் அண்ட் அதுல வந்து குறிப்பா நுரையீரல் அதுல வந்து என்ன பாதிப்பு இருக்கு அப்படின்றதுக்காக சிடி, அதாவது 3D சிடி அப்படின்னு சொல்லுவாங்க, சிடி ஸ்கேன். அந்த ஸ்கேன் ஒண்ணு பண்ணி பார்த்தோம்னா இதற்கு எந்த அளவுக்கு நுரையீரல் பாதிக்கப்பட்டு இருக்கிறது அப்படின்றது தெரிஞ்சு அதுல இருந்து நம்மளை காத்து கொள்வதற்கான அந்த மருந்துகள் அப்படின்றது வந்து இன்னைக்கு நமக்கு இருக்கிற டேட்ல வந்து ரெம்டெசிவிர் அப்படின்ற ஒரு மெடிசனும், ஸ்டீராய்ட்ஸ், இதுவும் ஹெப்பாரின் அப்படின்றதுதான் வந்து முக்கியமா வந்து இந்த 3 மருந்துகள் தான் அது ஓரளவுக்கு மார்டாலிட்டி ரேட்டை கண்ட்ரோல் பண்ணுது அப்படின்னு சொல்லியிருக்காங்க. ஸோ இன்று வந்து நாம் அந்த ட்ரீட்மெண்ட் அப்படின்றத கொடுத்தோம்னா early to hospitalization and immediate treatment has saved quite a few lives. அண்ட் இப்போ புதுசா வந்து அந்த வேக்சின் அப்படின்றதும் இப்போ வந்து வர தொடங்கி இருக்கு. ஆனா இந்த வேக்சின் வந்து இப்போ வந்து எனிதிங் பிட்வீன் 60% to 90% ப்ரொடெக்ஷன் இருக்குன்னு சொல்றாங்க. இதுல மெடிக்கல் சைட்ல வந்து நம்ம தெரிஞ்சுக்க வேண்டியது என்னன்னா, இந்த கொரோனா வைரஸ் பற்றி நமக்கு ஒவ்வொரு நாளும் புது 1 வருடம் இல்லை 2 வருடம் இல்லை 3 வருடம் கூட ஆகலாம். கொரோனா வைரஸ் பாதிப்பினால் எந்தெந்த பிரச்சனைகள் இருக்கிறது, அதை கையாள்வதற்கான விதம் என்ன, இது வந்து எப்படி எல்லாம் இதை ஹேண்டில் பண்ணணும் அப்படின்னு வந்து நமக்கு வந்து இனிமேதான் ரிசர்ச் பண்ணி நம்ம எப்படி ஹேண்டில் பண்ணணும் அப்படின்றது வந்து வேக்கப் கால் அப்படின்றது இருக்கு, NDRF அப்படின்றது. அது வந்து இந்த பேண்டமிக் ஹேண்டில் பண்றதுக்குன்னு சொல்லி
Yes, thanks for wonderful speech given by our good friend and also Member of Parliament, Dr. Kalanidhi Veerasamy. Dr. Kalanidhi Veerasamy supported a lot for our conference. The 2016 conference, he spent a month with us to organize a conference. He supported in a different way. He fixed a cultural program, he arranged for transport things, he arranged many VIPs. He's moved with us for long in this project. Not only that, all conference is always, now we told you are a full-time politician, whether you can come or not, we are always asking you. Anyway, he's busy today, he's having a lot of political meetings, even though he's giving a speech through his car. Anyway, that is a very wonderful gesture for him to present his views for us. Thank you, Dr. Kalanidhi. Thank you, Doctor.
Sir, thank you, sir. Mute irundhathu. Thank you very much, sir. It was a pleasure being here. Thank you for all those flowery words again. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I am requesting Dr. Karigal Velavan, the Special Chief Secretary from Government of Andhra Pradesh, handling industries, infrastructure, commerce, and many other departments. Dr. Karigal Velavan is a strong supporter for our conference from 2011 Dubai conference, then 2016 Chennai conference, then 2017 Durban conference, then 18 Pondicherry conference. Because when he was in United Andhra Pradesh, he made arrangements to bring his minister, Lady Dr. Geeta, for a message from her, and also he presented a speech in Dubai about Andhra Pradesh. Now is Andhra Pradesh bifurcated 2 states. One is in Andhra Pradesh, another is Telangana. He is sitting as a Special Chief Secretary in Andhra Pradesh. He supported all the conference without any hesitation. Is telling to the government of Andhra Pradesh to support the conference. Even though we are not getting support to other governments, the Andhra Pradesh government is always supporting economic development and investment opportunities. This is because of Dr. Karigal Velavan. Karigal Velavan basically is an advocate, and also his father was a judge, and he written an examination and he opted for IAS. Then in 1989 cadre, is doing different posts. Now he's a Special Chief Secretary cadre, and is எங்களை சொல்ல போனா எங்களுடைய ஆர்கனைசேஷனுக்கும் எங்க மாநாட்டுக்கும் மிகப்பெரிய ஒத்துழைப்பு தந்து கொண்டிருப்பவர் திரு கரிகால் வளவன். அவருடைய ஒத்துழைப்புக்கு எங்களுடைய கமிட்டியே வந்து நன்றி சொல்ல கடமைப்பட்டிருக்கிறது. I am requesting Dr. Karigal Velavan present his speech.
Good evening to all of you. I'm sorry for the delay. In fact, since 7 o'clock we have been trying, there was no connectivity. There was some link problem, so we could not get into the network. So thank you very much for giving this opportunity. So I would like to thank the organizer, Dr. Sampath, and his team for organizing such a wonderful event, even during these pandemic times. In fact, this has been happening for quite some time, and this is a good initiative taken by Dr. Sampath. And actually, he has been doing it outside the country, but today, because of this prevailing pandemic situation, the virtual conference is happening. So I attended earlier conferences once or twice, well organized, well attended. So today also very great dignitaries all over the world have joined. So I'm thankful to all of you. I am presently holding the post of the Special Chief Secretary, Industries and Commerce, Infrastructure and Investment. Basically, the Industries and Commerce takes care of the industrial promotion, industrial infrastructure development, industrial policy for various sectors. And we have come out with a new policy recently for 2020 to 23, for 3 years. It is basically a policy which is progressive and which is supportive to the government, to the industries. You must be aware that in India, the Government of India, DPIIT, the Department of Promotion of Industries and Internal Trade, Government of India, and the World Bank have jointly organizing competition among various states in ease of doing business. So in the ease of doing business, consistently for the past 3 years, state of Andhra Pradesh stood first. And the last reforms, set of reforms, when they assessed the set of reforms, not only the compliance is taken into account, but also the perception of the users, the perception of the stakeholders has been taken into account. Even after that, so we stood first. So which was announced the last November. And next, the competition also, next reform, set of reforms is also getting ready. The state, there is nearly 301 reforms are being implemented in 22 departments in 24 areas. So that compliance by January end is the last date for reporting the compliance. After that, three months, there will be a stakeholder consultation by a third party. So they will be, talking to the stakeholders and the users basically, and find out their input, their response to the reform. Accordingly, they will rank the states. So that way, the state of Andhra Pradesh stood first continuously for 3 years. And the policy highlight is not only ease of doing business, but also reducing the cost of doing business. The cost of doing business is very important to make the industries competitive in the market, the global market. The cost of doing business can be reduced by providing a world-class infrastructure, whether it is logistics infrastructure or industrial infrastructure. These infrastructures are being concentrated by the state of Andhra Pradesh at present. And in the industrial policy, another highlight is YSR AP1. YSR AP1 is nothing but a one-stop shop for the industries. So it provides 10 types of supporting services, including market research, including market support, the financial assistance. So it handholds the industry throughout its life cycle. So the idea is to handhold the industry, to de-risk the industry throughout its life cycle. That is the intention of the government. Under our young and dynamic leadership of our Honorable Chief Minister, Mr. Y.S. Jagan Mohan Reddy, the state government is interested, state government is determined to provide a transparent, a corruption-free administration, so that the industries, whoever want to establish a shop in the state, can flourish. So it's a win-win situation. In fact, the governance is very strong. For any industry to come to any state or any location, the governance is important. So we have a very strong governance. The presence of governance is up to the village level. So we have established village secretariats and ward secretariats. For every 2,000 population, there will be one secretariat. So the citizens need not go to the taluk office or the district office or the state office. So all their problems are addressed. It is similar to the lines of the People's Association of Singapore. So it is similar. And we have volunteers. The volunteers will take care of every 50 households, one volunteer is there. So the volunteer will be in touch with every household. Their problems are being addressed. Whether it is a pensioner problem, whether it is an electricity problem or plumbing problem or drinking water. So whatever it is. And civil supplies, all these civil supplies items are being supplied at the doorstep. So this is what the governance means. So when the governance is so strong, then the industries will be comfortable. So the comfort zone we want to create for the industries to come in. So that is the thing. And we have the longest coastline. That is a great advantage for the state of Andhra Pradesh. We have the second longest coastline next to Gujarat, 974 kilometers. We have 6 functional seaports at present. Apart from Vizag, Visakhapatnam seaport, which is a major port, which is handling 64 million metric ton every year annually. It belongs to Government of India, and Government of India administers that. Apart from that, we have 5 ports, state ports, non-major ports. So as per the Indian Ports Act, they have definition of only major port. The major port developed and established and maintained by Government of India. That's called major port. The remaining ports are non-major ports. Doesn't mean that they are minor ports. They are also major ports. So 2 greenfield ports we have developed. One is Krishnapatnam and Gangavaram. Gangavaram is the first deep water port in the country. So first deep water port. So that is, these 2 are being developed, have been developed under PPP mode. So the Gangavaram port is handling nearly 40 million metric ton, and Krishnapatnam port is handling around 54 million metric ton. Apart from that, we have Kakinada. In Kakinada, we have a brownfield port, which has been developed by Government of AP and operated by a private developer. So that is handling around 18 to 20 million metric ton. So on an average, 1 million metric ton is being handled by non-major ports which are being developed and maintained by the state, apart from the Vizag port. So our intention is, the objective is to take up this cargo handling from 1 million metric ton to 300 million metric ton by 2025. So we are developing 4 ports, new ports. These ports also are being developed on landlord model. So we create the port, we develop the port, and which will be operated by a private operator. So the private operator, maybe the international fame or maybe the global level operators will come and they will operate the port. One is at Ramayapatnam, another is at Machilipatnam, the third one is at Bhavanapadu. Bhavanapadu is the North Andhra. It is a place called Srikakulam, near place called Srikakulam. So there we are developing 3 ports we are developing, and 1 port through private development, the private participation. That is in Kakinada Gateway Port. So the 4 ports under development, 6 ports in operation and 4 ports under development. Totally 10 ports are going to be there. Apart from that, we are developing 8 fishing harbors. These fishing harbors are going to be mini ports, because each fishing harbor will have not only fishing jetties but also a coastal berth, because the Government of India's intention is to promote coastal shipping. This coastal shipping will decrease the logistic cost, and it is very, it's very cheaper comparatively. Road transport or rail transport, if you compare with these 2, mode of transport, this water transport is very cheap. So, we are developing coastal berths in all these fishing harbors, which will give, for the exporters or for the importers, it will make their, the cost of operation very cheap. And apart from that, we have airports. So the airports, we are already having 6 functional airports, another 3 airports under development. So idea is this connectivity is more important for any business to come in. The road connectivity, we have a very good road connectivity. Over a period of time, it has been developed. Same way, this rail connectivity also over a period of time, it has been developed. You must be aware that Vijayawada railway station is the gateway to South India, we used to say. So that kind of rail network is there, road network is in place. Now the port and airports. So with all this connectivity, we make Andhra Pradesh a state with a very good infrastructure so that the businesses can flourish, and it will provide a comfort, a lot of comfort to the business to come. Thirdly, the industrial infrastructure. So we already have some 400 and odd industrial parks. Apart from industrial parks, now government and we have 7 special economic zones. And Sri City Special Economic Zone is number 1 in the country, a private SEZ, which is being developed, which has been developed by private developers, Sri City SEZ. It has come up very well, and it ranks number 1 in the country. And we have a Ramki Pharma City. So that is also again a private developer. So that is also doing very well. So apart from these 2, we have other 6 SEZs. 2 are pharma clusters, other are multi-product SEZs are there. And then we have the industry corridor. The present government of India is interested in developing industrial corridors with industrial nodes. So we have 3 industrial corridors crisscrossing the state. One is the Vizag Chennai Industrial Corridor, the first East Coast corridor, economic corridor, which has been given to the state of Andhra Pradesh. Vizag Chennai Industrial Corridor, that is one corridor. Chennai Bangalore Industrial Corridor is another corridor. And Hyderabad Bangalore Industrial Corridor is the third corridor. So in these 3 corridors, we identified 10 nodes, 10 industrial nodes. These 10 industrial nodes will have a huge land bank. On an average, 10 to 12,000 acres of land will be there. And these lands will be developed with world-class infrastructure. With private participation is one model. With government participation, another model. In the government participation, the National Industrial Development Corporation, the NIGDICT and our APICDA. So we have our own Industrial Corridor Act. So we have an Industrial Corridor Development Authority is in place. So this AP Industrial Development Authority, Industrial Corridor Development Authority, and the National Industrial Development Corporation jointly will develop partly, and the remaining part will be developed through private participation. So the private participation is required to market very aggressively to bring in. The city has flourished through the private participation. So this is also a major development which is taking place. And we have sector-wise policies. We have the export promotion policy, we have textile policy, we have IT policy, we have food processing policy. So for every sector, we have policies in place. In fact, the leather complex which we are developing is trying to attract the leather sector into the state of Andhra Pradesh. The Krishnapatnam mega leather park is there. Is again major attraction for leather industries to come in. So nearly 480 industrialists, entrepreneurs, they have shown interest to come and establish their industries over there. Then the furniture park and these electronic manufacturing clusters. These electronic manufacturing clusters, we have 4 in number. We have 4 electronic manufacturing clusters. Major players like Foxconn, major players like Pegatron, major players like Vintech, Walsin. So they are all having their establishments over there. Even Indian companies like Dixon and Voltas also having their presence in our state. And this particular Sri City, what we are talking about, is having 25 to 26 Japanese companies. So they want to have a Japanese, Japanese township, because apart from this, we have another node nearby to the Sri City that is called Sri Kalahasti. It's also again famous temple town. So there we have another node. That node also is being attracted by Japanese companies. So the Sri City and the adjoining Sri Kalahasti node will have more number of Japanese companies. The Japanese clusters would like to establish over there, and they will have the Japanese township and Japanese ecosystem will be established over there. Already it is being done, but it will be done in a very full-fledged way. So that is happening. The next one is the Korea. Korea is also again major investor because the Kia Motors have come in Anantapur, a place called Anantapur. It is it's bordering Karnataka. So the Kia with 47 ancillary units have come up. So it's a major investment and major auto component, industrial cluster is being developed over there. So there we are also attracting Korean investors to come in a large scale. In fact, a consortium of Incheon Airport, Korean Exim Bank, and Hyundai. So they have visited prior to COVID. They visited, so they wanted to take it forward because of COVID. I think it is getting delayed. But that the Korean concept city we want to establish in Anantapur next to Kia establishment. So and another concept city we are planning in Srikakulam, which will be of totally entertainment city. It will be like a totally entertainment where the Universal Studios kind of establishment will come in. So that is how we are planning over there. And all these fishing harbors will have fish processing zones. Same way the textile parks we are establishing in two locations. One is Nagari, because where the traditional weaving communities live in a large number. Nagari is adjoining Chennai, adjoining Tamil Nadu. It is in a district called Chittoor, and second is Anantapur. Anantapur already the jockey kind of companies they are willing to establish their industries over there. So the textile, same way the food processing. You must be aware of the Srini Food Processing. This is the first integrated food processing park developed in the country. It was in 2007, 6-7, during that time. Now another 3 mega food parks are being developed. So 2 are in private sector and 1 is in government sector. So the food processing is also being taken care of, because food processing, a lot of scope for food processing in the state. Because we are number one in the production of many of the agricultural products, apart from marine products. Marine products, we contribute nearly 46% of the marine exports is being contributed by Andhra Pradesh. And the rice also we are called as the rice bowl of the country. The rice export, non-basmati rice export is happening from Kakinada Anchorage Port, which is maintained by our state government. It's by the state government. So that is the largest, nearly 10 to 12 million metric tons of rice being exported. So these are all the various avenues available for the industries to come in. So I would request all the participants to please keep this in mind. Maybe I will communicate, but I don't know, because I'm not able to share the screen, but I can communicate my presentation to you, to all of you. Kindly go through the presentation, and if you have any doubts also you can ask me, and we'll give the correspondent the communication and also the address for communication and the person to communicate, so that we will interact with each other Basically, the intention of this conference is to unite all the Tamils living all over the world. Almost everyone have participated. Everyone, has contributed to this conference, and it's a very, very, very good event. In fact, it gives a scope for interacting, and we come to know each other. So this is a great advantage, because we should be thankful to Dr. Sampath, because he has provided this platform. This platform unites Tamils living all over the world. And economically, the economic upliftment is very, very important, because certain communities have grown up and they have gone to the level of even capturing power in other countries because of their financial prowess. So same way, the Tamilians also, the Tamils who are hardworking, who are honest, who are transparent. So we should also unite together, and we should also make things to happen all over the world and economically uplift all the Tamils living all over the world. So it is a great opportunity for all of us, and I'm thankful for giving me this opportunity. So thank you, one and all.
Thank you, Dr. Karigal Ulavan. You've given a wonderful and detailed information and opportunities on business and investment and infrastructure development in Andhra Pradesh. Many participants, those who are watching through Facebook as well as through this Zoom, they can utilize this opportunity to visit Andhra Pradesh, Vijayawada, and utilize their government support to establish business. Dr. Karigal Ulavan is an easily approachable civil servant, and also is a wonderful officer. You can meet him and get all the information to start your projects in Andhra Pradesh. Tamils can go anywhere and make money. That is our motto. Because Andhra Pradesh, even though our neighbor, our same race, so the development of Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, all same only. So go to Andhra Pradesh and meet our people and make money and implement the project. Especially Karigal Ulavan always supporting our conference in big level. And not only this time, every time, whenever I ask, you never say no to anything. Is a very positive approach, IAS officer. I used to visit his office. People love to meet him from morning to evening. Always 10 to 15 people sitting before him. Whenever I'm calling through phone, I'm unable to reach. When I go to his office, then I see that how he's occupied his work. Almost 10 to 15 people sitting before him, unable to attend the phone call. Such a big people loving officer. So I'm very happy he finally made it to present his speech. Thank you for your good presentation. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next, I'm requesting Dr. Shanmugaraj, the popular and also senior most medical practitioner from UK. We given an award for him in 2009 for Crown Jewel of World Tamils like Kalaichalam. Kalaichalam didn't receive, but he came and received the award with the whole family. Was in the stage in the Taj Coromandel. He and his wife and his daughter and son all standing together received the award on 2009 and January 7th of January in Chennai. I always used to talk about the conference. He's one of our international committee member. He's supporting from UK from time to time, and he's recommending many people to participate in the conference. He participated in all the conference of our in Durban, in Pondicherry, and many other places. I request you, Mr. Dr. Shanmugaraj, to present his speech and respond to Dr. Kalaichalam's speech. Okay. Yes, sir. Unmute your mic. Okay.
Okay. This was really unexpected invitation from Dr. Sampath. So I'm not even properly dressed. I'm not even shaven. So that's why I muted my video. Okay. Well, thank you for inviting me, Dr. Sampath. You've been a very good organizer for last 10 years or so. And as Dr. Kalai said, அடாது மழை பெய்தாலும் விடாது செய்வேன் என்று you have organized this meeting. I just want to make few points because I'm not in the schedule, so I don't want to take too much of your time. First of all, I'm Palaniyappa Shanmugaraj. I'm a senior consultant urologist here in the South London. Also, we have an organization called Tamil Nadu Doctors in UK. So I am the current president of the Tamil Nadu Doctors Association. I also very pleased to see some of the familiar faces. Moses Nagamuttu sir. Vanakkam. And I think the other faces are new faces. This is the advantage of having this conference. We meet new people, we develop a network, and then get into business. Okay. My first remark is the COVID is a dreadful disease. I think we already heard it's caused 3.5 lakh deaths, nearly 3.5 lakh deaths in US, 71,000 deaths in UK, and 145,000 deaths in India. So it's a dreadful disease and still ongoing. And I've been talking to Dr. Sampath once a week at least, and we've been discussing about vaccine. So there we are, the vaccine finally arrived. I think Dr. Kalaiselvan had gave us a good summary of all the vaccines. In UK, the Pfizer vaccine was rolled out on 11th of December. The first person who received the vaccine was Margaret Keenan, a 90-year-old lady. Next to Margaret Thatcher, we have another Iron Lady in this country. She received the vaccine and she survived. So we doctors were brave enough to receive vaccines. And I didn't know until 27th December. And suddenly I had a call, oh, there's a vaccine allotment for you. Would you like to take it? All right, I went there and I had my vaccine on 27th. 3 days now, there's not much side effects except some pain on the injection site. So I would recommend for anyone to take the vaccine. Again, we don't know the success rate. Some people say 90%, some people say 70%, but it gives you a mental strength. Once you had the vaccine, it gives a mental strength to move around. And that's very good for people. And the next thing, just a little description how this COVID Pfizer vaccine comes to UK. It's manufactured in a Pfizer factory in Belgium, and it's about a box like this, which has 10 compartments. Each compartment, there are 500 slots. Each slot is one injection. So in other words, each box carries 5,000 vaccines. So the problem with Pfizer is it has to be stored in -70. It has to be transported in -70. And then once it's open, you have to give it within a couple of hours. So with that restrictions, we had first 8 lakh vaccines coming to UK. And it was targeted to all the hospitals. Then first wave, obviously, healthcare workers like doctors and nurses and ambulance crew. Then they're targeted anybody more than 90 years. So that's the way it's been distributed. The next batch will come next week, and then it goes to other people. So by a couple of months, then Oxford vaccine is coming, as Dr. Kalai said. I didn't know that. I believe they approved it last night. So that when Oxford vaccine comes, then it should be available for common public. So this is about vaccine. Now, the COVID itself, just few facts. Children up to 4 years, the COVID doesn't affect the lung. So it is very important for any pediatricians here in this group to know, because they lack receptors in the nose. ACE receptors not present in children up to 4 years. But some children had COVID, but they came in with a different presentation, like a tummy pain, abdominal pain, mimicking appendicitis. So that was the initial experience. And then from age of 5 to 12, these receptors is developing gradually. So the COVID, mild effect, not a severe effect in this age group. So severe disease starts from the age of 13. So this is just for a general information. Obviously, if anybody has other disease, it attacks badly. And then I just want to touch upon benefits. I know it's a dreadful disease. It killed people. The economy is gone. And then we still don't know when the economy will pick up. People will move around. But there are some benefits. I don't know if anybody covered this. The major benefit is climate change. The carbon has come to zero. You know, there's a little girl from Sweden, Greta Thunberg. She brought all the school children outside the school and campaigning for climate change throughout the world. That's 2 years ago. And then now, without her campaign, the carbon has come down, the climate has changed. I hope now the politicians use this opportunity to change the lifestyle, change the industries, and keep the climate change under control. The second benefit is communication. Now, what we do today is a communication which we didn't even think about it last year. So communication improved, like a Zoom conference. There are several media which offers communication. And then political campaign. We just witnessed a US political campaign. They all done through conference, Zoom conference. Now the India, they started it. So the political forum is done through this new way of communication. So there we are. There are few benefits and lot of damages, but இதுவும் கடந்து போகும் என்று சொல்லி முடிக்கிறேன். Thank you, Dr. Sampath. I hope people can take few points home. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shanmugaraj. You given some informal and formal speech on COVID and situation. Thank you. Now, the closing very soon, another 5 to 10 minutes time. Before that, there is an important guest with us, even though he's participated in the first day. I'm requesting Dr. Moses Nagamuthu can say a few words on closing ceremony, just in closing very soon. After that, our President Ambassador will speak. Before that, I'm requesting Dr. Moses will say a few words. Sir, unmute.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sampath. First of all, I want to endorse what everyone else has said, that you have shown not only consistency over the many years of organizing these events, but like good wine, you have matured and become better at every one of these events. And you have taught us how to develop consistency with competence. And you have certainly pointed the way for communication and dialogue to continue irrespective of the challenges that we face. Challenges we had not even contemplated last year, as Dr. Palyanappa has just said. And I believe that every one of the contributors had given us something to learn, and not only to learn, but to be able to pursue our networking for the development of our societies. I've learned just now about the vaccine, something that had not occurred to my mind before, that even if you had no good reason for taking the vaccine, and I'm not suggesting that we don't have a reason to take it, it is in fact the best guarantor at the moment to as a cure to the pandemic. But I've heard just now Dr. Shan Muganaraj telling us that the vaccine gives us mental strength. It adds to us a certainty that we know that we could beat this pandemic and we could defeat the virus, because it has given us a new mandate, a new impetus, a new raison d'etre that we should rise to the challenges to develop our pharmaceutical industries, to develop our scientific approach, our approaches. And we have heard from Dr. Kalyai earlier about the number of countries that have started to develop their own capacity for scientific cures for the vaccine. And I was surprised that the number of countries that have entered, 9 countries have entered this endeavor. So there is hope that countries are rising to the challenges and trying to combat this pandemic in a way that one has never seen forces rallying together, even in times of war, where we talk about multilateralism, we talk about alliances. We are seeing a new alliance for life, alliance from among developed as well as developing countries, and international organizations that are focused. For example, we have the organization dealing with the COVAX, which is multilateral, catering for some 700 million doses of the vaccines to countries that could ill afford to buy vaccines. And we welcome these initiatives so that we can have equity in the distribution of the vaccines, and we can at the same time share the resources of the world to all the peoples of the world. There were many other aspects of these 3-day sessions that I wish to commend, but as Dr. Sampath said, I'm here to offer just a few closing remarks that I personally was very honored and very privileged to be invited by Dr. Sampath and the Madras Development Society to participate again in this forum. And I was determined to do so, even though COVID had restricted our travel, so that we should not only meet by traveling, we should interact and share ideas as a community around the world. We're a massive community with tremendous resources, great unprecedented talent. As I have said about Vice President Kamala Harris in the United States, I witnessed yesterday, for example, to show what a great intermix this world is, how important it is that the imagery of interaction appears to us. A Guyanese, a daughter from Guyana, administering the vaccine to Vice President-elect Kamala Harris yesterday. And it shows that not only are we united as immigrants, even in in foreign lands and descendants of immigrants, we are united as peoples of color, peoples of purpose, people with vision, and people with competence. And therefore, this is a tremendous asset you have brought together, Dr. Sampath, and we wish that the world should recognize you for your role in bringing together in one stage, under one spotlight, the tremendous talent and imagery of interconnection and unity. I want to say one last thing. Living so far away in the West Indies, in the Caribbean, the Western Hemisphere, we tend to look at problems in a different way. Maybe as a Caribbean personality, we are mostly informal people, but we are passionate. And some of the things that we have been exposed to over 300 years of colonialism, it remains in our system, in our emotions. And so when you hear me speak with passion about racism, alienation, casteism, sexual differentiation and discrimination, gender discrimination, we speak as peoples of the Caribbean who have been subjected to over 300 years of slavery and indentureship. We have been the oppressed, the salt of the earth. And so I look very sensitively to societies that still tolerate and sometimes practice discrimination of one type or another. And if we are to live up to the ideals of our image in the years ahead, this image of a powerful people, brilliant people, articulate people, then we have to be able to fight those deficiencies that deform this image. And the worst of them is racial discrimination and discrimination on the basis of caste and religion. So I'm hoping that we learn from all the contributions at this forum, and that in the new year, we look forward to new attitudes. I hope that there will be changes in the world and there will be less tensions. I have not spoken about the problems we have in Guyana, but I know I carry the burden of interference, foreign interference in our internal affairs, to bring about for no obvious reason a regime change to facilitate the aggression of a foreign country, the interference, the agenda to interfere in the internal affairs of other countries, to invade other countries, to undermine their governments, to disrupt their stability in the interest of the corporate interests and what I call the interests of big business. So I didn't speak to that issue, but I want to share our experience with the world that this is not what we should expect in the new year. We must band together, though we are an organization that will focus on investment and the development of our economies, we must band together also to deal with the political agenda and to ensure that the world next year, the world has less tension, less interference, less aggression, less wars, in fact, no wars at all, and that we should spend our time focusing on the vital issues for the protection of humanity, for the control of our environment, and that we preserve life and we preserve our planet. I want to wish you, Dr. Sampath, good health, long life, and all my friends and colleagues and all participants and all viewers of these sessions. I want to wish you wonderful new year, you and your families, and that you continue to be safe, to wear the mask and to adopt all those precautionary measures so that with life there is hope. Thank you very much. Nandri, Wanakam, and I look forward to seeing you at more forums next year.
Thank you, Your Excellency, former Prime Minister of Guyana, given a excellent speech about our farewell speech of this conference. I am requesting our organizing committee chairman, Ambassador Magalingam, to say the concluding speech as well as for the final end of the speech. After that, I will speak, and then after that, cultural program. Please wait, and wonderful cultural program also there. I am requesting Ambassador Magalingam.
Yes.
Yes.
Dr. V.R.S. Sampath, convener of the conference. Honorable Dr. Moses Veerasamy Nagamuthu, former Prime Minister of the Republic of Guyana. Honorable Mr. Sivakolundu, Speaker of Puducherry State Assembly. Honorable Member of Parliament, Dr. Kalanidhi Veerasamy. Respected IAS officer, Mr. Karigal Valavan, and my dear friends and other participants who are attending this virtual conference. I would like to say that for any conference to be successful, there needs to be three aspects. One is how many number of distinguished speakers participated in the conference. Secondly, how many participants attended the conference. And finally, whether the intended objective of the conference has been achieved or not. I would like to say, definitely, this conference over 5 sessions on 28th to 30th December of this year has been greatly successful, because almost there was 100% participation of the distinguished speakers who confirmed to speak, and there were a large number of participants witnessed the virtual conference. The conference has been able to throw light on the present and future economic scenario in the world as well as in India. Most importantly, many speakers speaking of COVID-19, we have been able to understand the effects of COVID on people, on economy, on even the psychology of the people, and also the availability of COVID vaccine and its effectiveness. The conference has been able to bring out new business concepts, ideas, and projects. Although the conference has ended successfully, this is not end of it. We need to do a lot of post-conference activities, which we have to work together to see that we follow up on many business ideas and concepts that have that have been told by various participants. And before the next conference that Dr. Sampath is planning to have in Dubai, which was actually, we were supposed to have the conference this year in Dubai, due to COVID pandemic, the conference has been postponed to next year. Before that conference, we have to convert many takeaways into tangible outcomes, so that what Pondicherry Chief Minister said, that the state has been able to get nearly 2,300 crores investment. The other states will also say in the next conferences. Since I have been involved in organizing this conference from beginning, I know the contours of the conference, and it was not easy for us to organize this conference. There have been many meetings, many virtual conferences, virtual meetings, which have been organized by Dr. V.R.S. Sampath and many people have participated in that pre-conference meetings. I would like to particularly thank Ms. Prem Rajakumari for a promising lawyer who has been the kingpin, I would say, kingpin of organizing this conference by providing whatever assistance V.R.S. Sampath needed. I would also like to thank the other participants in the pre-conference meetings, particularly Professor Muthuvelu, Dr. Purushothaman, Mr. Meenakshi Sundaram, Mr. Nagaratnam, and Dr. Kantaraj, who have also extended vote of thanks during every session. I would like to thank all others whose names have not been mentioned, who were with us in organizing this conference in a successful way. I would like to thank Dr. V.R.S. Sampath for giving me this opportunity to be the chairman of the Conference Reception Committee. And finally, I would like to wish all of you a very happy COVID and prosperous COVID-free New Year 2021. Thank you.
சார் நீங்க அன்மியூட் பண்ணல.
இப்ப நம்ம அந்த கான்ஃபரன்ஸுடைய கடைசி பகுதிக்கு வந்திருக்கிறோம். இந்த கான்ஃபரன்ஸ் 28ஆம் தேதி மாலை ஆரம்பித்து இப்போது முடிய இருக்கிறது. நான் பேசி முடிந்த உடனேயே கலை நிகழ்ச்சி நடைபெற இருக்கிறது. The cultural program presented by one of the popular dancing group from Los Angeles. You can enjoy for 30 minutes. But this conference work started in the month of November. We thought we don't want to organize this conference because of the COVID, because why we want to take a risk to organize for the physical conference, at least virtual conference we decided to organize in November. That is also we organized every Sunday discussion meeting, invited all the members to discuss what's going on, how we can develop, how we can conduct this conference. Our chairman of the conference organizing committee, Mr. Ambassador, Mr. Magalingam, suggested a lot of good speakers this time. He brought an Ahmedabad MBA Institute, Management Institute scholars, in IIT Chennai, then various ambassadors, diplomats. He brought many people. This is a very big image for our conference. Then apart from that, our former Prime Minister of Guyana and former President of Mauritius participated. That is also a very great image for us. Then our Chief Minister of Pondicherry inaugurated the conference. He told openly, because of your conference only, we got an investment for more than 2,300 crores. This is a statement given by him and published in the newspaper also. This is only one certificate enough for our 20-year activities. The many individuals benefited. Many individuals got up because you see, after organizing this conference, many other individual groups organized the conference like that. In London, in Chennai, different names, different people started the same conference. It is a good for for a competition for us. Anybody organize any conference, if it is getting an economic development, it is development, it is good. That is why we are all supporting whoever organizing any conference anywhere in the world. Even in America, our friend Sivam started a Tamil entrepreneur network and done a wonderful conference last year. He invited me as a special guest and I participated. Even in Chennai, our Jagat Kaspar started a RISE. I came to my office and I told Anna, you are organizing a conference. It's very good. Can I organize similar conference? Anybody can start anything. Why I want to give permission or anything? You do whatever you want. I told he's also doing a wonderful job in different way. Like that, many people doing like that. I'm wishing every conference to be success, to get an investment and business opportunities and also economic development. Because of support of many people, only this conference there conducted at such a level. Our many IAS officers presented the paper. That is also very good. Andhra Pradesh, the Karigala given wonderful support for us and also given a wonderful speech. Also, Tamil Nadu government IAS officers, Madhya Pradesh government, and Pondicherry government, and foreign also Malaysia, Sri Lanka, Singapore, Australia, UAE, Oman, Bahrain, Kuwait, South Africa, Guatemala, Brazil, then USA, Canada, UK, such all countries' participation there in this conference, even the virtual conference. Next year, we are planning to organize this conference in the month of November or December in Dubai. This year we postponed for next year. Next year at the time of probably another 8 to 10 months, we will be all right. And we will getting everybody's vaccine. Then we can meet next year. Our Abhi Junaid will be the chairman of the conference. 2022, we are planning to organize in New York. That's also now working big level. If it is any support, any information, anything related on investment and business opportunity, please send an email to us. We will support. We will get an information from anybody. That is all we are doing for service. We are strengthening our organization in even furthermore to function effectively. Your cooperation all needed for this. I am very much thankful to all the committee members, apart from our chairman of the conference, Dr. Muthuvelu, Dr. Purushothaman, Dr. Meenakshi Sundaram, Dr. Krishnaveni Kannan, Dr. Vijayalakshmi, Bhagyalakshmi Vernon from Saudi Arabia. She done a wonderful job, lot of support done by her and many other participants. Rajakumari, every day I used to contact and she done a lot of job for us to conduct this conference successfully. And also our various other members like Kamala Hassan. Kamala Hassan's always strong support to us. Kamala Hassan likes to give a speech or a vote of thanks. But I told you must develop furthermore. Even though I want to call him to say a few words because he's allowed to give a speech. After that, I will call him to say something. But he's supporting for the past 3 conferences. He's providing a car, he's providing donations, he's providing a logistic support from time to time. And also Mr. Ramesh, the Ramesh Rental Car Company also supported last lot. And the V8 University sponsored this conference to bring a report. Conference report is a big job. To all the speeches together, we are planning to print the booklet and send it to us, to everyone. And also the Tamil Nadu Overseas Manpower Corporation also supported some level. And Karigal also promised to support some level from the Andhra Pradesh government. And also Madhya Pradesh government also we requested. And Sivamopura also we requested, he's promised to give some support. And many people willing to give support. Because this virtual conference is not a big expenses for us. If it is a physical conference, it will need at least 80 lakhs or 1 crore rupees yearly. But this is a 10 to 15 lakhs expenses for the bringing a report and YouTube and Zoom and working some of the technical stuff and many other things. And we are getting little support from each individual. Our office also for the past 2 to 2.5 months for this work. Like that, many expenses involved. Many people willingly, we never ask for donation anybody. Please give, please give. If anybody willing to give, we are happy to receive that money to use for our conference purpose. This all donations and sponsorship sponsored by themselves voluntarily. The V8 always every year they used to support a little bit. I am very happy. Viswanathan always very generous for this. And the similar thing, Jagatarakshakan also used to support. But this year, his wife passed away, and we don't want to disturb him. Like that, many people supporting this conference from time to time. We want to prepare a report of this conference and resolution of this conference. Because of 3 days sitting before you, the computer, and also to everyone, we are unable to make arrangements for the report. Tomorrow, we will prepare a conference resolutions and we will forward to our website. You can see in our website what are the reports and suggestions made by many individuals that is useful to governmental agencies and various agencies. The report will come after 6 to 8 months later, because everybody sending emails and collecting together and printing. It will take some time. This is our final comments from me. And be ready for everyone to watch the cultural program. Before that, if it is Kamal Haasan is there, our young boy volunteer, he wants to say a few words. He can say a few words, only 2 minutes, because he's always enthusiastic, talk more and unnecessary talk. Only the points should be neat and clean and talk slow. So 2 minutes, okay? Yes, Kamal Haasan.
Good morning to everyone. I am Kamal Haasan, basically builder. It's my immense pleasure to express my gratitude to Dr. V.R. Sampath sir, who is the founder president of World Economic Conference and founder president of Madras Development Society, and also my sincere thanks to High Commissioner to Guyana, Ambassador Mahalingam sir, who is the chairman of this 7th World Economic Conference. It is not easy to arrange such a big conference and world top-class speakers over the phone, even in this pandemic situation. Sampath sir affection, care and vision to develop Tamil peoples economically all over the world is really appreciable, even though the government has not initiated so far to connect Tamils globally. Sampath sir vision, attitude and achievement are the lessons for so many youngsters like me. I observed his care and responsibility while selecting the speakers from all over the world, considering their capability and ability to express their views and adaptability towards the subjects, acceptability by the participants, and accountability of messages to reach them. It is amazing, sir. Nobody can even think like this. Business is always selling the innovations. All the speakers focused in pitching 3 points: feasibility, desirability, and viability, to reinstall, reinvent, and reinitiate their business in this pandemic situation. Actually, COVID has not distracted business, it has changed the gear. With the help of information and knowledge gained from this conference, we have to change the gear again, adopting new strategies like red ocean, blue ocean, 20-mile strategy, and adopt fox and hedgehog concepts. Really, this conference throws light for the present and future business scenarios. Even Pondicherry Honorable Chief Minister announced 2,300 crore investment which gained from Pondicherry conference for the state of Pondicherry. It has proven the success of this conference, sir. I express my gratitude to Dr. V.R. Sampath sir, who have involved me as a committee member in this conference. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Please, kind of you, sir.